on. I'll be right there. All right. Yo, yo. Yo, yo. Everybody's leaving. Everyone is leaving because the teacher's not here. But guess what, fuckers? You have to wait 15 minutes. Can't just go. Class is not canceled. What the fuck? Huh? Okay, this light is not working. Hold on. The teacher's here. She just has to smoke a quick cig outside. Wait, what is wrong with this? Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yo, Teach, can I bum a cig? Sorry, that was my last one. Sorry. Hi, you want up? Come on. Okay, you want to say hi to everyone? You want to guest teach today? So, good news. I got a dress for the Streamer Awards. I got a dress. I went to like a fashion rental place today. And I had approximately 1 hour, which I'm a person who takes a very long time doing things. And so I had 1 hour to find a bunch of dresses to try on and then pick one. So, I actually think that having a time constraint is good for me. Like if I go into the grocery store, there has to be a time cap. It's like it's a challenge. You must get this done in 20 minutes. Derp, thank you for the 12 months. What is happening here? Jesus. Oh. Okay, wait. Hold on. Is that right? Yeah. Eva, thank you for the 12 months. Roxy, thank you for the 10 months. All right. Can you show us, do you want it to be a surprise? I can show you guys. What is happening? I want this to be raised. Stop it. Okay, there we go. Sean, thank you for the 14 months. Yes, new podcast episode is out. It is linked at the top. Episode number 5. The Let Me Know podcast rules. Oh, love it. Okay, I need you to get down for a second. Okay, come here. Do you want? Come. Okay. You know what? You're getting your chair. You're getting your chair. to go. I'm going to go get the dress. So you stay. Okay. Want to see it? Want to see what Mommy got? It looks better on. But it's like, it's giving Gladiator 2. It's giving, so I think that's the back. It's giving an Oscar statuette. Yeah. Wanna try this on? I think. Yeah? It's cute? They're cute. It's cute. Yeah. Good job. See? It's pretty. Okay, good boy. Good boy. Yeah, it's like a $700 dress that I paid $100 to rent for a week. We love a sustainable girly, you know? But yeah, I was between that and this other really pretty dress, but I texted Sam and she was like, I think that one is much more used. So I'm going to do my hair really big. It's, very, like I said, it's giving Gladiator 2. So like big gold bangles, earrings, hair. Hair. Renting is the dream because you don't have to do the dry cleaning. You never wear it again. Yep, exactly. I don't have to feel guilty about spending money on a dress that I'm going to be lucky to wear twice. So that's how it goes. We got it. We are done. Jess, thank you for the tier 1. Madeline, thank you for the 16 months. How do you know when you rent it? So I went into the store today. It took me like an hour to get there because I was like, I just have to try things on. So I went and tried on. You pay for an hour and then that goes towards if you rent a dress. And then I tried on like 7 dresses and then just chose one. I picked one. Yeah. Oh, you dance home. Okay. Hi.
Hey, bud.
How you doing?
Just got back from the gym.
Just got back from the gym.
They did this again.
What?
They did this again.
No.
Why?
You ordered chicken tenders and they sent one again?
Well, here go, bud.
A single tender?
The humiliation.
That is insane. This looks kind of old too.
The humiliation
Oh my God.
of a single tender.
One single tender. This shit gets CEO killed. God.
It's a literal humiliation.
Here, you have it.
No, it's for you, though.
Here.
It's for you.
Well, I'm not going to have it right now. Thank you, though. Thank you for the tender. Thank you for the tender, the one tender. Steph, thank you for the 22 months. Anyway, oh God. Well, I have this one monitor that just always shits out. No matter how many times I change the cable.
Which one? The big one?
No, the small one.
Oh, I think we should just get you a new monitor then.
Was this the one that I took from the 100 Thieves house?
I don't know.
I think it is. Maybe it's not as new as I thought it was. You guys know that that's how I got a lot of my streaming equipment. My initial streaming equipment. Like I've had to get some other things, but I got hand-me-downs from the 100 Thieves house, and maybe this is why it was a hand-me-down, because it just does this all the time. Yeah, I love hand-me-downs. I have to keep plugging it, and hoping that it helps, that it works. Okay. Come on. No. Oh no. Oh, it's like really broken. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Oh boy. Oh no. Now it's not even turning on. Oh boy. Oy vey.
There are other monitors, Ben.
Yeah, I thought this one was a good one though. I don't know. Okay. Well, I just unplugged it and plugged it back in 3 times. I think third time's the charm. There we go. There we are. All right. I want to get going ASAP because I'm bringing my mom onto the stream. And by that, I'm calling her because she doesn't know how to do like Zoom or Discord or anything like that. So I'm calling my mom. Maybe I spilled something on it. I mean, there's a very good chance that I did do that. God is ready to abandon us if he hasn't already. That shit looks good. Cinnamon Toast Crunch flavored bacon. I would eat that. I would have that. Do you want to see the Quantage's top song playlist? Yeah, I'm not going to go through it right now, but I have it opened up. I just have to call my mom soon because I think she's going to go to sleep. It's like 9 o'clock there. There's a good chance I call her and she's still... Or there's a good chance I call her and she has fallen asleep already. But I was talking to my mom because, Pancake, thank you for the bits, because we were talking about the CEO and she was like, oh my God. She goes, I haven't been online since the election, but I had to just check in and see how people react. She said she went, of course, to the New York Times. She goes, you know that they moderate their comments too. And I said, oh, I'm sure they do. And she goes, there were over 1,700 comments on the article about the CEO, and all of them were like talking about how they had no sympathy, talking about all of their struggles with United Healthcare. And she goes, these comments, they were mad. And I said, yeah, of course. She goes, no, I mean, she's like, it would have been nice if healthcare had been brought up during this past election. Anyway, so we got to talking and I totally forgot that my mom works in healthcare in Illinois. And there was this bill that she had she was pretty much the one who wrote this bill, brought it to a couple senators, including Senator Dave Kaler, who I had talked to last year about the child influencer bill in Illinois. And they were trying really, really hard to get this bill to pass through the Senate, and it ended up being blocked by the Governor Pritz, who is very much so in league with the for-profit insurance companies. And so they killed this bill. And basically, I'm going to have my mom talk about, like, I just want her to talk about this because it was a really big deal. And then Pritzker ended up announcing that he was going to be recouping $450 million over several years from the Medicaid insurance companies that had been siphoning a lot of money in profits during the early stages of the COVID pandemic. My mom was the one who, again, brought this to the Senate's attention, was trying to get this bill passed because she went, I'm telling you that these companies have stolen close to $1 billion. $1 billion in money that should have gone as services for patients, and it did not. So anyway, I'm gonna jump on the phone with her just so she can go to bed soon. Yeah, Mama Kwan said no thievery under my nose. Hodor, thank you for the 2 months. All right. Okay. I just talked to her like an hour ago. She might have. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
We have you on stream with the team.
Oh my God. Okay, stream with the team?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so how do you want to start?
Well, I just like barely got into it, but obviously we've been talking about the United Health CEO assassin and how the response overwhelmingly has been a big middle finger to that guy and the for-profit scam industry that he has made millions of dollars in by denying people treatment. So you and I were talking about this earlier, and then you brought up the bill that you tried to pass through Congress. Can you?
Well, through the Illinois House.
State,
the Illinois State House.
The Illinois State. Yeah. Can you talk about?
She's on stream.
Hello?
Yeah. Jack says hi.
Oh, hi.
Yeah. Hi. So just to be clear, it's in the state of Illinois is where this bill was run. Okay. And the way it came about, and first of all, I want to say that we're talking about this right just because of what's happened and how many people are responding to this situation. And interestingly, overwhelmingly, and a great deal of frustration and clearly acknowledging that, this is a terrible situation. But it's like the circumstances that we find ourselves in this country with insurance has driven people over the edge. Now, certainly, this is a tragic outcome, but it's allowed people now to get onto chat sites or responding to articles and saying, talking about their own frustrations with insurance and how bad it's really gotten. So it's really, really driven this conversation that was already there, but it's just really stimulated that. So,
and I think it's very understandable why people are responding the way that they're responding, where I think that Facebook post that United Healthcare made is up to like 70,000 laugh crying emoji responses. Like the reaction. I haven't been on Facebook in a while, but that's just like one indicator of how people are responding to this in a way that has like seemingly united the internet. I don't think I've seen the internet this united since Henry Kissinger finally keeled over and died.
Yeah, no, the internet is definitely united on this, and it's but the problem is obviously that it took a tragedy like this to have this conversation that's always been happening, but has not gotten the kind of attention that people have wanted from it. So it's a tragedy like this has then generated this conversation. So getting back to just a little perspective of how it all works and everything, in my experience, what I experienced here, I have been in insurance in the past. I've sold employee benefits, way back when. I spent a lot of time in healthcare, et cetera. and I'm currently a working lobbyist in the state of Illinois.
But can
And
you
what
explain
happened
to
was,
people, because, you think of the word lobbyist and it's a very negative connotation,
yeah,
of course,
yeah.
but you lobby on, like, your lobbying is to do things like this, where you're trying to expose, like, these insurance companies, and so you're lobbying the government.
Yeah. Well, in this case, I was actually, yes, and we were lobbying the state of Illinois, in the sense it's the HFS, which is the Health and Human Services Department, that funds, that the Medicaid is funded through, goes through, and then they're the ones who fund the insurance carriers.
Yeah.
We have our Medicaid program in the state of Illinois is roughly around $16 billion a year. So it's around a quarter of our budget. That may be a little bit different today, maybe give or take a couple billion, but it's a very significant program, our Medicaid program. And what happened was, we've always had a great deal of frustrations. Illinois Medicaid used to fund itself through the state without a third or a middleman in there. And then they started turning it all over to insurance carriers, and that hence was called managed care, where the insurance carriers said that they would take our money, the Medicaid program money.
Oh, how
and they would
nice.
Do it, they would do it better, but they would do it better. We're going to save you money because we're going to manage the care and, do it with, like,
very
all
selfless.
These bells and whistles and everything else, So all these, lofty words and, care coordination, all these other things were used to say how they were going to save the state money. This was about 14 years ago, when the state turned it over to a number of carriers, this huge contract. Well, what happened was, there's been nothing but problems with it, of course, as you can imagine, because it's really hard to keep your eyes on this situation, what the carriers are actually doing with the money. They're expected to do X, but it doesn't mean that that's actually happening. And it's almost like kabuki. It's so complicated that it's really hard to follow, follow the ball and see whether it's actually they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. So,
and I think you can assume that they're not.
Right, absolutely, 100%. You walk into this thinking that, okay, that's how you have to approach this, if they're not doing the right thing. It's all about profits. I mean, that's it. That's all. Let's not kid ourselves.
These are for-profit companies.
Yes, and even so, even if it's a not-for-profit like Blue Cross and Blue Shield, we can't be fooled by that, because what they do is they turn a lot of this money where they, because it's nonprofit, they pour that into these gigantic salaries for people, the CEOs, et cetera. So it's
like
not
the United Health,
like
the United Health CEO who made $10 million last year.
Yeah, he made $10 million.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So, what happened was, during COVID, I was reading about, the whole state was shutting down, just like it was everywhere. I was reading, though, about the fact that the automobile insurers were sending money back to people that had auto insurance, because nobody was driving their cars, if you recall, because nobody was going anywhere. They weren't going to work. They were hardly going to the grocery store. They weren't going to socialize, et cetera. So I had read that. I'm like, wow. I mean, they were giving back, travelers, or not travelers, Geico, up to $1.5 billion back to their policyholders, because they were refunding the money, because the policyholders were not driving. And so they said, okay, you're getting a percentage of this back, and I'm like, yay, okay, that's the right thing to do. They were, of course, getting pressured to do that.
They weren't doing that out of the goodness of their hearts.
Nobody does, right, exactly. So when I was reading about that, I said, oh my gosh, well, wait a minute. We have a massive Medicaid program, and what's happening in healthcare at that time is that we were still paying the insurers, that are using our Medicaid dollars, the same amount we were paying them a year prior, for example, when people were using the healthcare system. But if you recall, during COVID, insurance or surgeries were canceled. People stopped going to the hospitals, except if they were entering through the emergency room for some crises, due to COVID. But basically, everything shut down. Doctors weren't taking appointments, et cetera, et cetera. So the insurance carrier was getting the same amount of money per patient from the state, but that patient was not using the healthcare system. So I said, okay, just like the cars, right? You're not driving your car, you're not using the doctor, okay? But we're still paying them the same amount. So we're like, hey, wait a minute, let's get some of that back, okay? Because this is a crisis, and you're getting a lot of money. They were making multi-billion-dollar profits, in 2021, 22, during COVID. Well, everybody else was like suffering out there. Hospitals were shut down. People couldn't get in. Community services were suffering. It was a disaster, if you remember. But the insurance carriers were making it hand over fist, and especially in the case because people weren't using the healthcare system, so they kept getting the money paid to them through the state, what's called a capitated rate. So I pay. Let's say the state pays, Blue Cross Blue Shield $100 per person they have signed up on the plan. $100. That's called a capitated rate per person. Well, if that person never uses the healthcare system, then Blue Cross Blue Shield never has to pay out any claims on behalf of that person, you see? And that happens in general when some people are high users of the system and others don't use it at all. But during COVID, it was rarely being used at all. So they were just getting this windfall of profits. And so I, wrote up a bill. I called a couple legislators and I said, hey, let's go after this. Let's claw back the money that they have gotten from us, from this taxpayers, for Medicaid. Let's claw it back and say, hey, you know what? You got to give us a percentage of that back because we know what your profits were. And you, were making it hand over fist because nobody was using the healthcare system. Okay. So we wrote this bill up, had multiple, meetings and press conferences on it, et cetera, et cetera. It became a pretty big deal, because the insurance carriers were like, no way. Okay. No way are we going to do this. And so there were hearings, and they were claiming that they were actually spending this money in different ways, et cetera, blah, blah, blah.
They're like, CEO John Smith had to buy his fourth yacht.
Yes, right. Of course,
very
important. But but they were just, it was like, again, a bunch of mumbo jumbo. And we requested the contracts through the FOIA, where you can request contracts. And we got the contracts of these insurance carriers, and about 3/4 of them were typically redacted, meaning that we would get the contract, but it was mostly blacked out.
Okay.
And that is not uncommon. That is a common situation. Okay. So we're like, wait a minute, we can't even read this contract. So it was going back and forth with, who's telling the truth. And then we had these hearings, and you had, the governor's office, HFS, that was in there, and they were actually really protecting the insurance carriers.
Oh,
and so we kept
shocking.
saying, wait a minute, that's our money. You're supposed to administer, you work for the governor, you work on the state on behalf of the state of Illinois. But in fact, it looks like you're really protecting these insurance carriers instead. And so that became the big issue. There were multiple articles written about just that. Interviews were done, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm making this shorter because it was a lot longer than that, A lot of going back and forth, and just, the insurance carriers run by their Association of Managed Care Plans were like, just like I said, it was just a bunch of baloney and BS. But unfortunately, we didn't have the state's backing on this. So
can we
were trying to save
can we
the
name
state
names?
We're not going to name any names. Okay.
I mean, everyone knows who the governor of Illinois is.
Oh, well, the governor is Pritzker. Yes. So we had gone to him. I should say the reporters had gone to him on this, and it was like all of this back and forth. He's like, no, they're good players. They're operating in the right capacity, the insurance carriers, blah, blah, blah. So when our bill went into committee, you have to get through committee, and you have to advance the bill. That's where, so it was in committee. If it doesn't get out of committee, where a lot of bills die, they're killed there, for various reasons, then it's not going anywhere. Okay. And so in committee, the debate occurred between managed care and, the legislators that were sponsoring the bill. And we also had an attorney in there that was representing us, et cetera. It was a back and forth. And then they basically decided, the chairs of the committee said, we're not letting it out of committee. Okay. It's dying here.
Yeah.
Okay. Because the powers that be, i.e. the insurance companies, were no way in hell letting that thing out. Okay?
Yeah, and they have a very cozy relationship with the state.
That's right. Yes,
state.
Mm-hmm. Very cozy, yeah. You would think that the state agencies that should be monitoring them would be working on our behalf, but in fact, they really weren't.
No, of course, because they're profiting. They're profiting as well.
Well, what happens is, in the state of Illinois particularly, we have the situation where people that work for the state then end up oftentimes going to work for the insurance carriers.
Yeah, so name that. Who was that one woman again?
Which one?
The Aetna. She used to work for Aetna.
Oh, yeah. So that's a different situation. She was in the committee that killed the bill, and she's now the insurance commissioner for Illinois.
Yeah. Okay. So you guys, one of the women who was on the committee to kill the bill is now. Sorry, what's her role again with?
The commissioner of insurance.
She's the commissioner of insurance. So this is like not even House of Cards level sneakery. It's
not that complicated.
It's not that complicated.
No.
But it's so egregious.
But this is what people understand. A lot of people understand. A lot of people don't understand how it all works. And it's made complicated by design. They don't want you to understand how things work because they want you to give up fighting. They want you to give up because who understands their insurance bills, to begin with? You can't even understand it. What is this? What does this even mean? And those surprise bills, until they finally did some legislation about that. But nobody can understand that. And if you have a chronic condition, you are getting billed constantly. And so and you don't even understand it. And you try to call the insurance carrier, put on hold, and then they then all of a sudden you lose the call, et cetera. And then the doctors who are trying to do pre-authorization on behalf of patients sit on hold for 20, 30 minutes. These are physicians that, have patients they have to see, but it's all by design, you see, because why would their efforts are to defeat you. Okay. It is to break you down. And most of us have experienced it in one way or another. Okay. In some form. Maybe it's not in healthcare, but certainly healthcare is premier, stomping grounds for this type of thing. But it has the complicated, the U.S. healthcare system, insurance system is so complicated that you go into a doctor's office and they probably have to look at 30 different plans. Is my doctor covered under my plan here? And then so they've had to hire people to actually look at the plans to say, oh, well, this plan is covered, this isn't, et cetera, et cetera. So when it becomes so complicated like that, the idea is they want to break you. They want to break the doctors down so they stop trying to get a pre-auth. They want to break people from holding on. I'm going to hold on for 30 minutes, and they're waiting for them to get back to nothing. And so then eventually you give up because people don't have the time to do this and they don't have the wherewithal, and we're just so frustrated by it.
Delay, deny, defend.
Yes, and the number of bankruptcies that occur in our country due to unpaid medical bills is actually criminal. It is criminal we do this to people. It's like, what kind of country allows their fellow citizens to go to bed at night stressed out about whether their insurance claim is going to be paid?
Yeah.
It's so counterproductive for people. You can't, start your own business because you got to pay for, insurance. I mean, I'm paying, $1,500 a month just for me, and I have a $7,000 deductible, and I'm not alone. There's so many people like me that are actually paying more in their healthcare premiums than they are in their mortgage.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
and then the whole thing is, even though they have it, though, when they need it, they could have claims denied them.
Oh, of course. And, United Healthcare, which is the biggest health insurance company. I don't even want to call them health insurance company. I just want to call them scams.
Scams.
They're just scams.
Yeah.
They are notorious. They are like the number one claims denier.
Oh, I know they are. There's seething hatred. There has been for a long time for United Healthcare from doctors, patients, companies, that have to maybe advocate on behalf of their employees that United Healthcare insures through the company, So it is there is no question that they have been just absolutely, the leaders in victimizing people. There's no question about that.
So
those are facts.
Governor Pritzker kills this bill. And then what happens? Because I remember
About
you
2
were
years.
Well, I remember you were working on this for so long. You had this one reporter that you were meeting with all the time who was investigating this and reporting on it.
Yeah, and he did a great job. He did a lot of very, very important pieces on this that really got to the heart of what was going on. But then what happened when the bill did not get out of committee, that was kind of like, game over. But then it was about, I think I'm going to get my story straight, like a year later, that the governor announced that he was going to be clawing back up to $500 million from the insurance carriers.
Yeah. So why do you think he did
so
that?
See, that's how it works, because that's how it works. Politicians want to take credit for things, okay? And in any way that they can, because then their name's on it. You know what I'm saying? So they'll go out and say, they'll like maybe kill your efforts, and then find a way, even though, because they thought it was a great idea, but they want to make a claim to that. So then they'll announce it as if it were theirs. And that's politics.
Yeah, but you were saying that you believed that it was up to $1 billion that these
absolutely.
companies had profited.
We would have gotten $1 billion back, because I was looking at a 20%. I wanted to claw back 20%. From the insurance carriers during that period of time. We calculated $1 billion. Yeah.
Yeah. That's only 20%.
That is 20%. That's right.
Yeah.
And we were going to get $1 billion back to put into local healthcare, community clinics, et cetera. And so when the governor announced his at, $500 million, he said it's going to go into the, local communities, et cetera, which is exactly how I had set the whole thing up.
Yeah, but he also gets away with not doing the full $1 billion, and instead it's $450 million over several years. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was the initial clawback. I think that the governor announced was 180 million. But he said that they were looking at the potential of 450 million. So what probably happened was there was some deal that was made. You see, so that they weren't subject to that. What we thought we could do that $1 billion haul, which we were certain of it. At least $1 billion. And so the bottom line is that I was right, and the bill was right. The problem is that I, in a way, was naive in the sense that I had no idea how powerful the insurance carriers were. I mean, I knew they were, but I had no idea how they were the ones who were running the Medicaid program, not the state. They were making the rules. They had the administrators at their beck and call rather than the administrators telling them what to do.
And it was pretty much like you going up against these very powerful, well-resourced...
tons of lobbyists.
Yeah.
And it was just me, and then I had reeled in a couple of these legislators, and I had a number of people that were like starting to understand this, and they're like, oh my God, this is great. This could be so good. But people are so fearful of the insurance lobby, particularly the managed care plan insurance lobby, which is very powerful, that there isn't always appetite to go after them, because legislators are afraid of them in the sense that they do contribute to their campaigns, but also there's a lot of other stuff going on behind the scenes that is hard to explain.
Well, see, I wonder how they're all feeling with the news of Brian Thompson. I did see that the McDonald's CEO is bringing back the dollar menu.
Oh, you're kidding. Yeah. Again, I want to emphasize that it's really awful that it had to come to something like that. It's awful to actually have this conversation.
Yeah, it is frustrating, though, because, of course, mainstream media is just so focused on the murder of Brian Thompson and not the conditions that he has created that have left like just countless more people dead, suffering, in debt. And that's the thing about this country, is that social murder is acceptable, right? You can pass policies that result in the deaths of 70,000 people a year that put, tens of millions of Americans into crippling debt. And that's okay because it's legal, right? When something is legal, people don't look at it as murder. And yet someone takes a gun out and murders one of the people who is, heading up, one of the heads of the system. And everyone from, our politicians to the corporate media loses their mind, and we'll talk about this for the next week, as if this is what the real tragedy is.
Right. And I think that, and it is, let's face it, if we can take everything away from things, it is a tragedy.
Well,
however,
I think you were right in that it's the fact that somebody got, is clearly has experienced just horrifying conditions and, has been screwed over by the scam for-profit healthcare system like all of us have been. And that because this is legal and it's supported by Congress, that's how you get somebody who, he wrote on his bullets, depose, deny. Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously, I don't think there's any more info yet about who this person is. And I know
he's just a guy. I mean, that's the thing, right? I think what's important to understand, this is just a guy. This is a guy who did what, as we're seeing, so many people have probably done in their minds, or so many people go, I wouldn't pull the trigger, but I'm not going to sit here and cry over it because I had to watch my dad suffer for 6 months before he died because he was denied cancer treatment.
It's terrible. And these stories are but this is what has to happen. These stories are being told every hour in the United States right now, in the media, through, comments, and people are saying, you know, what they feel like. So this has opened up a door. Not that it wasn't, people aren't already talking about it, but people have been screaming about it. People have been screaming about pre-authorization, how horrible it is. They've been screaming about claims denied, et cetera. And yet they find nobody's listening is the way they feel, and that's really the tragedy there. And when that happens, it leads people to do, commit acts that are, just awful. But, this is, it's just awful. I can't say anything else. It's just opened up a door of voices for people that are just going crazy on
this.
I
mean, we don't want to have to live in a country where someone is reduced, or where the only option is to literally gun down CEOs who are responsible for just death and suffering in this country. It's we don't want to have to experience the the conditions and the policies in this country that leads someone to get to that point.
Right. That it got to this point tells you where we are. Okay?
Right.
That we have got to look at what's happening and address these things so that it doesn't, lead to this terrible situation here. But I would say that what I have found interesting is reading across the board the comments from people, and it's almost 90% of people. And I'm not just I'm talking about comment sites that are very moderated also.
Like the New York Times.
Like the New York Times, very moderated sites. So it's not like people are just coming on there and just beefing, whatever, and that's perfectly fine too. But they really control some of the commenting on there, and people are just so upset about it. They really are about where they find themselves in the United States healthcare system.
That is what we call...
System. It's not a healthcare system. It's really an insurance, system scam.
Yeah, and that is what we call class solidarity, right? We're seeing it. We're seeing this play out in the aftermath of this murder. And it's one of those things where I do hope that the conversation doesn't die out, because people are very angry, right? And now it's up to the media to start covering this, not just focusing on Brian Thompson, the individual. Oh, so sad. He got gunned down. Crime is insane in New York. It's let's talk about why this happened. And it's not like we need a motive, right? It's not as if we have to wait for, the shooter had this manifesto. We know, right? And also seeing this reflected in the endless comments online and the conversations people are having offline as well. Because all of us in the United States of America,
all of us
suffer.
We do
under these systems.
And you and I talked about this earlier, but that the Democrats should have been pounding on this nonstop about the cost of insurance, okay, And, the claims denied, the pre-authorization, which is huge. And the doctors hate it so much because they end up spending so much time on the phone. And then in some cases, the phone will go dead. This really happens, okay? Or they have to send a fax and the fax is never received, this type of thing. So this pre-authorization and the claims denied, et cetera, has just outraged people, and it's broken people, and it's driving medical professionals out of healthcare.
Yeah,
because they just can't take it anymore. They're like, how can I practice medicine when I spend all this time on the phone, or I have to hire a staff member to spend all that time on the phone?
yeah. Remember when
Joe
Joe Biden said he beat Medicare?
He beat Medicare, yeah.
Yeah. I beat Medicare, Jack.
You know what? I cannot wait to get onto Medicare. I'm here to tell you, okay, which means I have to age towards that, but Dad's on Medicare. And it's like Medicare, it's like, oh, thank God, And people are so relieved. And now, of course, these Medicare Advantage plans are very problematic.
That's so predatory.
Okay?
Yeah, and
it
even
is.
Medicare's like the best thing that we have, and it still is, there's tiers to it. It's like you have to pay if you want preventative treatment, but at least you have at least you have single payer.
Yeah, single payer,
right?
Mm-hmm.
And
most doctors take Medicare.
Yes,
almost all doctors take Medicare, whereas with my insurance plan, since it just switched again, I have to then go through the whole list.
I know.
And call ahead and see if this doctor's covered under this plan. And I've had it where like the doctor, like the practice of XYZ is covered, right? But not a particular office. So I go in there to get like my eye exam, whatever. They're like, oh yeah, we don't take your insurance, but our other office, 5 miles away from here does. Okay. Like, what?
No, it's insane.
Crazy.
I mean, yesterday I said in chat, I was like, I obviously can't, read every comment, but I know that everyone here has a story, or
Everybody
just
Everybody
ongoing
does. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. And that's
Everybody
what we've been
has a
reading
story.
so much of, like people, especially, talking about specifically United Healthcare, where they're like, oh yeah, United Healthcare denied my claim like a week ago, or here I am dealing with the fallout of being denied my treatment. And then I, hear the news about what happened.
And they're especially egregious in, particularly like substance use and
they're horrible. Okay? I know.
We talk a big game about mental health.
I know, but then
oh my God, they're just all set to deny so many of those claims.
I know.
You're just sunk. You really are.
I know. We were talking about this yesterday. I mean, it's crazy that at the end of 2022, 15% of adults reported having a substance use disorder, and of those adults, 93.5% did not receive any treatment. And then, you have like over 100,000 overdose deaths. It's a catastrophe.
It's incredible. It is a monster problem, and the insurance carriers are just brutal. And in the state of Illinois, managed care again, like they'll make, like say a patient comes in that is going through, they have to go through treatment, et cetera. It takes a while to get through treatment, but they want you to keep up like every 7 days. Well, we think they should be okay and go by now. And they're like, wait a minute, we need another 14 days, so the providers are constantly fighting that.
Mm-hmm.
It's constantly, and then the insurance carriers will say, well, we have 3 days to decide whether we're going to keep them longer. We'll allow to pay them longer, And so 3 days. But if they say, guess what, we're not going to pay, then you're on the hook for those 3 days. Okay. So it's all of these games that they play. You want to extend your patients because they need more help, and you say, I need 1 more week or 2 more weeks. They're like, well, we don't think so. Give us 3 days, and then so the patient's still there, right? And then they call and they say, we're not going to pay for them. And so then the provider is on the hook.
Mm-hmm. So this is why, this is why many of us advocate for single payer, comprehensive healthcare for all of us. We need to. I mean, every single person deserves healthcare. That really is a human right that we have been denied here in the United States of America. And how do we go forward from here? Unless,
we have to keep talking about it. We also have to talk about the truth. For example, this myth right now that keeps saying, well, you don't want to get your health care in Canada. You got to wait, whatever. I said, I got a news flash for you folks. Okay. You got to wait here too. All right?
Yes.
If I wanted to go see an endocrinologist for
takes so
my
long.
illness, it's about a year.
Yes.
Okay.
It's crazy, but this is all propaganda. It's all lies.
It is.
It's all lies
propaganda.
because they want to make it seem as if this system is actually the best system. So that's why we got to keep doing it.
If you have a lot of money. If you have a lot of money, go for it. Okay. But if you're just your average citizen out there, et cetera, just trying to make it, it is just a disaster for people. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
And like I always say to people, like, do you ever see people in Canada marching on sidewalks or having huge, marches about their health care? No, they're not maybe it's not perfect, as we all know. Okay. There's problems with it too. But here, people are truly dying.
Yes.
They can't access health care because their claims are denied.
Yes. Yeah. You have people who are, you have 30 million who are uninsured and even more than that who are underinsured. People who pay, they pay for health care. Whether, it's their employer-based health care, they pay just totally out of pocket like I do. And and you're still underinsured. It's still like, okay, yeah, this is basically this is just to have health insurance.
Yeah, that's just to have health insurance, right?
I was telling
the out-of-pocket expenses are enormous for people.
It's insane. I was telling everyone about when I got hit by that car in college, and then I told Maggie not to let me get in the ambulance.
Yeah.
Because I was like, no, just get Devin's truck and put me in the truck. Yes, I was like, do not put me in the ambulance.
With that bill? You want to be stuck with that bill? Okay. No, it's just a disaster.
I know. So many people who are like, I'd rather be dead than saddle my family with all this debt. Like, that is so screwed up.
Yeah.
And
people do think that, though. They do. Yeah.
And that's why, we're out here talking about Medicare for all. And it's one of the greatest, travesties of the election season that healthcare was just not talked about at all. And you wonder,
because it brings people together.
It does.
Everybody knows this.
Yes.
Either they're suffering from insurance denials and the insane hassle, or one of their loved ones is. Okay, they either had a baby, maybe the baby was in NICU, maybe the baby died, and then the baby dies, and they get all these bills from the insurance.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we're not paying that, whatever. It's like, oh, okay, I just went through hell, and now this continues,
Wow.
So it is a absolute disaster. There's no other way to put it. The whole healthcare system is really a tragedy. It really is.
We gotta bring it down.
We have the best and the worst. Yes, people come here for some specialists that are very highly trained in the U.S. and that all works for people that can access that. And I'm not saying that people that sometimes don't have money can't sometimes get to those specialists. They can, but overall, we're all in this scrum trying to get to the doctor, and the doctors are so overwhelmed now because the insurance carriers are demanding, or the hospitals are demanding that they're seeing a patient every 15 minutes. So how can that happen? And then they got to deal with the insurance and everything else. So no, the fact that people are talking about this and are just outraged about everything, this conversation had to happen, and it's something that the Democrats should have been driving. I mean, they should have been talking about this nonstop, because every single person out there can't stand the insurance companies.
But they're getting lobbied by, come on. It's like, you just Google, name a Democrat, and then, here's all the hundreds of thousands of dollars that they have gotten.
Millions of dollars at the federal level.
I just mean on an individual. There's certainly ones. There's certainly the bigger ones who get millions, but even just your small fry, right?
Yeah. Oh God, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so, so you got that side. So what incentivizes them in a political system that's run by money to go up against that?
Right.
Who's going to support them in their candidacy that wants Medicare for all?
You experienced that when you took this bill to legislators who they were like, okay, we'll try to bring this forward, but they weren't bulldogs because they were scared and they buckled.
They buckled. Yeah. There's
You know,
just not the enthusiasm. There's just not the will.
yeah.
You know. Or
But
maybe the will is there. What is that expression? The will is strong. The spirit is weak, or something like that. Yeah. I forget what that is. Yeah.
oh,
But yeah, they know, but they're also having to be, working within their limited guidelines to try to do what they can do. And it doesn't, it's politics, the politics at the end,
well, it just sounds like we got to burn this whole system down.
Well,
Sounds like we got to take it down.
I think that the system is crumbling. It is falling apart as we speak. I've seen a big change just in the last, 5 years, because you have to remember so many people left the healthcare system. So there's a major problem with staffing. Staffing is a huge problem. And so there's fewer people, there's fewer nurses, there's fewer ancillary staff, et cetera. So it is falling apart on its own, particularly, but driven by the enormous greed that's in the system.
We're going to do a January 6th.
Oh, yeah.
Are you with us?
I was thinking I'd be out of the country then.
We're doing a January 6th on the entire country. Stand back and stand by. Everyone is standing back and standing by.
Look out. Yeah. Now, if the Dems had an ounce of sense, some Dems out there that are looking, to the midterms, for example, would really be ginning this up right now and saying, we hear the people, we hear you, okay? Really start running that. I don't know who'll do it, though. I don't know who's capable of that.
I don't think drive that. Yeah, I think the ones who are doing that are not hardline Dems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't think they would then lack the stature, or the power, because it's all about the power, too, to be able to drive that, to legislation, or but you know what, honestly, doing so much reading the last day on a lot of this, I think that, again, this tragic event could be a turning point also. It really could be. It's terrible that it's come to this, but this could be the turning point where we've got to face what this is. And I'm not even getting into the problems with the long-term care, once you got to get any help when you get older. So your team out there is young, okay? But wait until you enter that part of life where you've got to negotiate, nursing homes and home care and skilled care. And oh my God, I mean, that's a disaster too, and so expensive for people. Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
I'll let
a lot more to talk about this, and we'll carry on over the time. But I know I talked fast and everything, kind of try to say what happened here. It may not make sense to people.
No, it made sense.
No, it did. Okay.
Yeah.
People are. Remember, healthcare and insurance. It's by design. It's complicated.
Yes.
They want it to be that way. When Cece sent me the number of plans that she was offered at her job, it really made my head spin. And I used to be in insurance many, many years ago, worked for Blue Cross Blue Shield 30 years ago, But when I saw those plan options, how does anyone understand this? Really? But it's by design. Again, they expect you to just throw your hands up and make a wrong choice and then never get anything paid.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, and that's what I explained to people. I was like, both my parents have been in healthcare for a very long time, and they are still like tripped up, and it's very complicated for them.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, it's so complicated. Yeah. And when you see the bills and then try to understand them, and then you keep getting rebilled, and then they're sending, things to your text messages. Do you have a balance of extra? Like, what are you talking about? I paid that. And it's just. But see, eventually you just break down.
And that's how you get the guy in Manhattan.
That is not funny.
I know
that is terrible.
I mean, it's a fact.
Yeah, no, I'm afraid that person will have been revealed to have broken down. Yeah, who knows what'll happen? Whether he himself was affected, maybe he was hired by somebody, I don't know, or possibly a family member of his suffered.
Yeah, which I think would put the suspect list at 300 million.
Yeah, I would say so, and also, or he could have maybe been an unhappy employee who witnessed certain things.
Well,
that could be it as well.
Well. I do think CEOs should take notice at the comments that people are making across the political spectrum. This is
Yes.
apolitical.
Everybody's talking about it. Everybody is talking about it. And everybody has a story.
They do. Well, Mama Kwan, thank you for sharing your story.
Yes, it's my story. And I think we just have to, like, try to stay the course here. And hopefully that, like I said, this will be a turning point for people's voices to be heard about how damaging insurance is in our so-called healthcare system.
Yep. Peace and love. Everyone says thanks.
Carry on.
Thanks, Mama Kwan.
Yes. Carry on, everybody, and keep the faith. We got to get through it.
Keep the faith. All right. Love you.
Okay, love you too. Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, everybody. Well, that was a conversation with Mama Kwan. Preston, thank you so much for the 10. Grayson, thank you for the 25 months. I love these conversations with my mom. My sister's the exact same way as I am, where we're like, well, I'm just saying the streets are saying the street. It just, yeah, I mean, my mom and I don't agree on everything, but there are, I think at our core, we are the same. And my mom has worked in the healthcare industry for a long time. She was a, social worker, worked with old people. She loves old people. That's actually one difference between us. When she was like 14, she would volunteer at nursing homes. And she's just always had, okay, no, now that makes me sound horrible. No. I think I would phrase it more as like, I prefer to work with children than old people. Like, I really loved being a teacher at an elementary school because I liked being with people at the beginning of their lives. And my mom is my mom was a geriatric social worker. Is that what it's called? I think so. And when she was a kid, she volunteered at nursing homes and just really, really loves old people. I am not ageist. Also, old people have been mean to me. Okay. So not all old people, not all old people. My friend works in hospice as an angel for doing that. It'd be so hard. Look, people deserve love and care at the end of their lives as well. Of course. Anyway, what I was saying was my mom and I are not, politically in agreement on everything, but we are at our core, like so many of us, where we believe in everybody having the right to healthcare and housing and safety and food. And these are fundamental human rights that we should all agree with. Tough to agree with parents and all. Yeah. I think my mom, here's what I would say. Mama Kwan and me, Jank, Uncle Jank, and Hassan. Like, if my mom were Jank, I don't think we would have as loving of a relationship. I think I would be driven up a fucking wall. Yep. Yeah. I am the left. My grandma introduced me as the black sheep of the family to a bunch of politicians. Nice. You're like, yep, that's me. Low-key shaped my mom's politics. She's very progressive now. My dad, on the other hand, I can't stand him sometimes. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. You know? I think I think with my family members, it's hard to not, you know, for all of us, it's like hard to not be totally aligned, but there are definitely circumstances that could make it significantly worse, you know? Anywho, I thought that was a great conversation, and I think if you are somebody who's in Central Committee's community, since I know he's a big boy Pritzker stan. No, he's not. It's basically like, okay, as far as billionaires go, JB, that's my baby. Dragon Army, thank you so much. You know, I didn't even realize that he was in the background until I saw your 5 gifted subs, and then I turned. Chaotic Lynn, thank you for the tier 3. 12 months of tier 3. But yeah, it's just a reminder that there really are no good billionaires. No matter how... Yeah, JP is the least bad billionaire, which isn't saying much. Jake and Anna both started chilling for the billionaire running to the beat. Mayor of LA right around the birther person tweet. Yeah, also, Anna, dude, what is this latest fucking tweet of hers? I mean, this is pretty much the same reaction leftists like him have when a working class woman is stabbed to death at a bus stop by a repeat offender that they want out roaming the streets. This is someone saying, like, fuck his family too. Oh, this is a Humanist Report. And then Anna's response is just the most reactionary, crazy shit. She is wild. She's wild. Yeah. You know what, girl? I hope you made the right decision here, okay? I hope your grift to the right works out well for you. Yeah, no, Uncle Sam is the real grifter. Uh-huh. I hope you're happy now. I hope you're happy now. You grifted to the right and you say this crazy shit. I hope you're happy 'cause you're dumb. I hope you're happy. You thumb. Bum 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 ba. No one mourns the wicked, y'all. Some dirt. Thank you for the 9 months. I have seen tweets or texts from Anna Kasparian, and it's not an exaggeration to say that her grifting to the right is a result of burning jealousy. It is so transparent and really embarrassing and extremely pathetic. And there is literally no other explanation, no other like source of her completely crashing out of her just why I left the left, grifting to the right, because she is a jealous girly. She is burning with envy. And it's sad, but in a way where it's like, girl, you know that you're posting on Maine, right? Like, you know that we see you saying these things, and yeah. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Let's get to talking about.
This episode is brought to
What do I have here? What do I have here? Oh,
And Omar
dude,
Jimenez is
I'm sorry. I just keep laughing at the ridiculousness of all the coverage of this, where they're like, the man who stayed at same hostel as suspect speaks out. And I'm gonna skip ahead.
The shooter after the shooting, which is only about 15 minutes or so after the shooting, seen on the Upper West Side here. But for perspective, that's about 30 blocks from.
They are really treating this like he's the Zodiac killer.
Where I'm standing, and with a route that could take you through Central.
Just want to say today's pod, 9/11 bit had me floored. You know, I will say, I do think as far as 9/11 jokes go, Sam delivered a pretty stellar one.
Park, which of course, as we know, is where law enforcement searched, and of course where he is seen on camera exiting. All of this as the New York Police Department is putting out new images tied to this investigation that they believe the public can help with.
New images tonight of what the NYPD is calling.
Also, now, of course, the internet is now thirsting over the suspected gunman. The other thing is, this is very much so like the police to release photos and be like, yeah, here's a suspect. And then it turns out to not be the person at all. Very, very classic, very typical. But I don't know. I was looking at this and I was like, this looks like probably I could name like 10,000 dudes off the top of my head who I'm like, oh yeah, that's him. Like if you just even Google stock image, white guy, dark green hoodie with gun. Yeah, it's giving name 10,000 dudes. Like that's him. That's him. You know who he also kind of looks like? Like it's him. That's Eli Manning. That's retired football player Eli Manning. Or yeah, I mean, that's Pete Wentz. That is Pete Wentz. Low-key looks like Soda Poppin'. This is what I mean though, where this guy is actually like a million guys. So that's why my title is Healthcare CEO Assassin Revealed as Some Guy. Tim Shooty Chalamet. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, so the internet is thirsting over the gunman, and that is really should just show you how beloved healthcare CEO, just CEOs in general, how beloved CEOs are in this country. And this is what I was talking about with my mom earlier. Where's the story here? Insurance company halts plan to put time limits on coverage for anesthesia during surgery. Oh, would you look at that? Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield said on Thursday that it would no longer move forward with the policy change. They're claiming that it's after sharp criticism from anesthesiologists. And if you don't know, Blue Cross Blue Shield decided that they were no longer going to cover anesthesia that passed a certain time limit with the surgery. So, like, you could be in the middle of brain surgery and your mom wakes you up to be like, sorry, honey, I know your surgery's not done, but Blue Cross Blue Shield has put a time limit on covering the anesthesia, and unfortunately, your surgery is taking a little bit too long. So hopefully this doesn't hurt. Yeah, so they put a fucking time limit on covering anesthesia during surgeries and procedures. And then what happened is that the United Healthcare CEO got gunned down in Manhattan. And there were a lot of people, including Pop Crave, who were posting about this story and then posting the CEO of Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. And then the very next day, BCBS went, there has been significant widespread information about an update to our anesthesia policy. As a result, we have decided to not proceed with this policy change. To be clear, it never was and never will be the policy of Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield to not pay for medically necessary anesthesia services. Oh, no, baby, we know. But we also know that you have a very loosey-goosey definition of what is medically necessary. And we also know that you have a very, that you were putting a time limit on motherfucking surgery. The proposed update to the policy was only designed to clarify the appropriateness of anesthesia consistent with well-established clinical guidelines. Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield Insurance, representing Connecticut, New York, and Missouri, had previously said that starting in February, it would deny any claims for anesthesia services that exceeded specific time limits set for surgeries and procedures. Yeah, it's this really fun thing where, say you have to have open heart surgery, well, you better get yourself a doctor who's like Speedy Gonzalez. Okay, you better you better have a clock in that surgery room that's counting down until your anesthesia is no longer going to be covered. Yeah, your anesthesia is subject to surge pricing. Click here to agree. Yeah, we're doing surgery speed runs out here. We're literally doing surgery speed runs. This fucking bitch. Kathy Hochul. We pushed Anthem to reverse course in their decision to strip anesthesia coverage away from New Yorkers, and today they will be announcing a full reversal of this misguided policy. Don't mess with the health and well-being of New Yorkers. Not on my watch. Don't you mean don't mess with the health and well-being of New Yorkers unless you're me, Kathy Hochul? Like, remember how we were just on the phone with my mom? And she talked about how she had spent months and months and months and months trying to get this bill passed, trying to claw back $1 billion that the insurance companies had profited, that was taxpayer money. And then the bill was killed. And then suddenly next year, Pritzker comes out as like, hey, I'm going to do this really great thing. Me, JB Pritzker. I'm going to get back $180 million. Woohoo, yay. Yeah, whenever a demon like Kathy Hoch, the Hoch, does something that is seemingly good, just know, it is not because in the goodness of her heart, she went, oh, well, wait a minute. So you're telling me that she was only made aware of this because of the Pop Crave tweet? What fucking timeline do we live in? What timeline do we live in where Pop Crave tweets this out the day that the United Healthcare CEO is assassinated in Manhattan, and then the Hoch goes, outrageous. I'm going to make sure New Yorkers are protected. Like, girl, what? Yeah, okay, Hoch. So why don't you support Medicare for all? You want to make sure New Yorkers are protected? You want to make sure that this kind of stuff doesn't keep happening or continue to happen? Because here's the thing, you guys. This Blue Cross Blue Shield policy update, this is just one of the endless fuckeries that these scam companies engage in. This is the entire business model. This is how they make billions in profit. And so it is literally only because the United Healthcare CEO was murdered that this went viral. That's facts. And now you got the hoach being like, not on my watch. Hey, New Yorkers, I'm the hoach. And I'm going to make sure that only I'm scamming you. Or that if you're getting scammed, that I'm getting, that I'm benefiting from that too. We literally wouldn't have known about it otherwise. Right. We are 6 months away from Pop Crave having a war correspondent. Oh my God, y'all. Y'all. I'm screaming. Honestly, I'm a pop bass girly though. I'm a pop bass girly, especially when pop bass started popping off at Israel. Pop bass was really putting the pop and the bass in their name. Izzy Pizzy, thank you for the 15 months. Some Dirt, thank you for the 9 months. Holy shit, this is the world that we live in. My barista said he saw my tweet, feeling alive. My barista said he saw my tweet, feeling alive. Oh my God. Bets on when a politician falls for a Pooh Grave tweet makes a statement. Dude, that's already happened. Like, we're past that. You know what I will say? Okay, look, I haven't made the jump to Blue Sky because I kind of am just like, oh my God, I don't want to be on another platform. I don't really tweet that much anymore. I'm much more limited, spending limited time on Twitter as opposed to how it was really just my entire life beforehand. But I feel like there is no other app, there is no other place that you can experience this, right? You don't get the holding space insanity. You don't get the Lizzie's in the box. You don't get the Henry Kissinger crab rave on Twitter. You don't get the just site-wide response to hot, eco-friendly CEO assassin. Nova Baby, thank you for the tier 1. I will say it's nice actually seeing the post of journalists I found on Blue Sky. Look, I'm not saying that there's not benefits to Blue Sky, and I'm not saying this doesn't change Twitter being a Nazi hellscape, but there are moments like this where I just don't think you get this on any other platform the way it is on Twitter. Cenk's take on this. Shooting the United Healthcare CEO is a terrible thing to do. It's deeply immoral and solves nothing. At the same time, 76,000 Americans die every year because of the health insurance industry. I also mourn for them, and I don't see any press coverage or concern for their deaths. Yeah, both sides in. Which, like, sure. Like, sure, okay. I don't really know. Like, this is the kind of take that someone does, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, sure. I will say, though, solves nothing. I mean, obviously, I'm making some assumptions here. But I do believe, and no Fed posting, y'all. Just remember, no Fed posting, y'all. But I do believe that as far as solving nothing, does the death of one CEO magically fix this for-profit scam system that has crushed Americans? No. But is there absolutely a moment happening where people are realizing, and by people I mean, you know, like us, that we're realizing, oh, see, we are connected. We do have solidarity. Like, we need to have solidarity. We are all getting crushed by this fucking system. And that is why when we talk about Medicare for all, like, this is what we're talking about type of thing, right? So there's definitely this, like, solidarity, you know, class consciousness happening, even if a lot of people don't know that that's what it is. And even if it's not going to just, like, magically change, you know, their like overall political beliefs. And then there's also an awareness, and I'm telling you, there is no way that wealthy people, CEOs, politicians are not seeing the responses online that are, no exaggeration. This is not giving, well, it's a couple of posts, okay? This is not giving, I've seen people talking about it, it's a couple of posts. This is all over the fucking internet. This is we're all in queer media, okay? We're all in queer media. This is in the New York Times comments. This is everywhere from Reddit to Facebook to Tumblr to Twitter to Instagram to the New York Times to the CNN comments to probably like even like fucking, I don't know, Breitbart or whatever. Like those comments. It's everywhere. LinkedIn. So obviously what Cenk is trying to convey here, I believe, is that murdering people is not going to, murdering individuals, well, there's just other individuals to replace them, right? Like, there's just going to be another CEO that takes over. No shit, man. Like, that's the thing, right? Do you, like, who's that for, right? Who is that for? I think here's a better tweet, okay? Let me look up Kenny Clips again, because I think Kenny Clips had a better tweet on this. No shit, murder is bad. The jokes about the United CEO aren't really about him. They're about the rapacious healthcare system that he personified and which Americans feel deep pain and humiliation about. People loathe our healthcare system. The pearl clutchers should ask themselves why. Like, I don't think that everybody on here is like, oh my God, a CEO was murdered. Yay, I'm finally going to have healthcare. Or I'm finally not going to have my claims denied. But I do, yeah, I did see, I saw Lolo's ratio. But I do think that this is a very revealing moment where people are seeing, one, a semblance of what they see to be as justice. There are millions of people alone who have been denied treatment, who have had their claims denied by United Healthcare under this guy. Under this fucking guy. So for a lot of them, and we've seen many examples of people writing and going like this, you exacerbated my father's agonizing battle with cancer until his final breath, and now you're trying to throw my mother's life away. I mean, this was last year, but it's I really think rather than being like, hey guys, murder doesn't solve anything, I don't think that is what the focus should be here, because I don't think everyone out here posting is like, oh, murder solves things. But I mean, look, my whole thing is I am anti-violence. But you can't even compare the violence of one individual killing another individual to the to the conditions, the social conditions that individual's lived in because of a guy like this, because of the system that he benefits from. And social murder is not considered murder in this country. You can pass a policy. You can, you can do all sorts of things that legally lead to the suffering and deaths of a lot of people. And you'll make millions of dollars for it and will not be looked at as a bad guy. So this isn't about being like, ooh, this is how we should go about, changing these systems. This is how we should go about making sure that everyone has healthcare. Like, that's not what people are saying, okay? However, I think these conversations that are being had and talking about how, okay, why don't we talk about how many people that how many deaths Brian Thompson is responsible for? And the thing is too, this is a fact. We're not having these conversations like this. We're not having, we're not engaged in this way without a story like this that is, one, very rare. Okay, CEOs don't get gunned down in Manhattan. It doesn't happen. It does not happen. So this is a rare instance. And it is one that is being covered by every major news outlet. They're nonstop covering this. And people are uniting in talking about how denying care that's systemic violence, right? That's murder. But it's legal. They're talking about how this guy has profited to the tune of millions and millions of dollars by people dying, by people being in pain. This guy, he was being sued for insider trading. He oversaw an AI system that was implemented into United Healthcare's way of assessing claims. They have been using AI that has a 90% error rate, and they know that. They absolutely are aware of these things. So this isn't even like he is indirectly. Like, no, he has directly, pulled the trigger on tens of thousands of people in this country. It's a reminder that the ruling class isn't as untouchable as they think they are. If they continue to exploit to the levels that they're currently doing, people will only get more desperate and violent. Yeah, I think that's a great point. Where, as I said on the phone to my mom, we don't want violence, but more importantly, we don't want the conditions to exist that lead to this violence. It's the same thing with Israel and Palestine, right? Nobody wants an October 7th, but we do not want the conditions that create an October 7th. Violence is horrible. But, a conversation around a violent act like the murder of Brian Thompson has to, most importantly, talk about this system that has created such hardship for so many people in this country that leads to either someone finally pulling the trigger or supporting the person pulling the trigger. Right? Violence always creates violence. There's always blowback. You cannot spearhead violence and get away with it forever. The CEOs are scared. CareSource, Blue Cross Shield, Medica, CVS, Molina, and more have all removed their website pages about their leadership. Isn't that interesting? So, not to keep going back to this tweet, it's deeply immoral, solves nothing. As far as solves nothing, well, I think we need to be looking at this a different way, right? This doesn't happen. This fear in these healthcare CEOs doesn't happen if one of them doesn't get gunned down in the streets. And I don't want someone getting gunned down in the streets, but they're getting gunned down in the streets because they are causing a lot of people to suffer and die. Right. Doesn't happen unless you're fucking over millions of people. But here we are. Yes. Also, I saw this tweet too. Oh, wait. Did I not save this? I saw someone talking about how they work for oh, it was shit. Where's this tweet? I think they work for a pharmacy or something. Oh, here it is. Yeah. My girlfriend works in a pharmacy. They are seeing 0 denied claims this morning when usually close to half are denied / requiring prior authorization. Everything is going through today. She is now stating that UHC has been denying everything in the past hour. UHC is actually our stock went up. So, do it again? Guilt, thank you for the tier 1. Nova, Baby Starlight, thank you for the tier 1. I'm seeing my mom's suburban middle-aged mom's friends post stuff like, I hope more of them die. What is even happening? Lamau. Holy shit. Dude might have single-handedly watered the revolutionary seed in the entire American collective conscious. The wine moms that that Harris tried so hard to reach out to are now writing things like, I hope more of them die on Facebook. As soon as you use Marxist terms, people start pulling back because communism bad, but at the same time, they'll display the concepts described in Marxist theory almost on the daily, just as long as you don't say what it is. Yeah, I mean, that's either the bridge that you, or the gap that you have to bridge, or you use language that is not scale-y, you know, it's not gonna have them running skilled. And yet you're like helping them understand that they're there, right? Like they might not know what class consciousness is, but you can say to them, you know how everybody on the internet is in agreement that they do not have sympathy for this CEO? And they'll be like, yeah. You go, yeah. You'd be like, you know how there's like wine moms on Facebook saying, I hope more of them die? And there's guys with like American flags in their profile pictures on Twitter saying he had it coming, and how there's like teenagers on Tumblr posting memes. People are saying, yeah. Well, frankly, this is the first time in years I've seen anything remotely resembling unity on any topic in this country. And I think let's real talk. I think there's a lot of people who feel that, not a lot, no, like the people who are going, well, wait, guys, wait, murder is bad. I think that is kind of the need to feel like you're being that you're respectable, right? That you have to always preface something by saying like the obvious, right? And it's like an optics thing. It's civility, politics, etc. But it's one of those. It's really one of those things where I think that we should not have that as our focus. I don't think that we should treat everything with kitty gloves and make sure that we're always behaving first and foremost civil. You know, I think it's good to see how many people are just having a very real and raw emotional reaction. I'm exhausted by having to put disclaimers to everything just because some people have bad faith interpretations. Yeah, it's exhausting, right? Why do we have to keep fucking doing this? It's the condemning hummus, right? The ruling class puts on a suit and tie but are anything but civil. The suffering they cause is incalculable. Yeah, I saw Like, I saw this fucking tweet by the worst account ever. Did I not end up sharing this? Is it Rachel Bitkofer? Yeah, does anybody know this Twitter account? The CEO of United Healthcare was murdered in what appears to be a targeted killing. The comments about it on the internet underscore there's a deep depravity rotting in a lot of Americans right now. Deep. Yeah, same person who writes stuff like this. Then they'll end up in camps or being deported. I guess that's real solidarity with Gaza. Like, this person is horrible. Rachel is a depraved person. But this is but it's always so it's like civility sometimes. Civility sometimes, because she thinks that she is being the correct moral person here by pointing out that a lot of people are celebrating murder, and yet completely drops that act when it comes to like the issue of Palestine. But yeah, it is the disclaimer thing that's exhausting, right? Why when talking about the news of the CEO being murdered, do we have to first and foremost be like, let the record show? Now, I know we've been joking about that, right? No Fed posting, like, don't get banned or anything. But I just mean not on Twitch, not on not on a platform where you can get banned for saying, like, for joking about your age. But I mean just in general, this idea that we have to state the obvious before we can do anything. You know, we got to make sure that we condemn violence before we get to talking about why that violence happened. In case of an investigation by any federal entity or similar, I do not have any involvement with. What's the meme where it's the star and it's like, it's just jokes. It's just jokes. Anyway, what were we watching? We were looking at this. Oh yeah, I'm gonna skip ahead.
Days before the shooting, and here outside the Hilton Hotel, life goes on. People walking by as if nothing happened. But of course, for law enforcement, the priority is not just where this person went, who this person is.
Yeah, the just kidding star.
Omar, thank you very much. Out front now, Mateo's Toronto. He was staying in the same hostel on the same floor where police believe the suspected shooter stayed. And Mateos, I really appreciate your time. I mean, what a bizarre situation you find yourself in. I know you're visiting from Brazil. You've been staying in the hostel. You've met some people there. Can we just start with some of the photos you took on the 4th floor of the hostel where you were staying, where
Mateo.
Where police say he was staying. Can you tell us anything about that? What it's like in there? What those halls look like?
All right. So the hostel is actually really crowded. There are a lot of people there.
I'm sorry, but this is so stupid. Having a guy describe the hostel. Yeah, surprise, it's a hostel. Wow, it's got a long hallway and it's crowded.
So they divide like rooms to, I think, 4 to 10 people. But in the
4
hallway,
to 10 people in one room.
Yeah, 4 to 10.
If this was literally anyone not a CEO, no one would care, including the police. Yeah, are you kidding? Yeah. I don't mean are you kidding? I mean, like, yeah. No one would care, including the police. The police fucking murder people and get paid to do it. And now here they are being like, we're offering a $10,000 reward. We're offering a $10,000 reward for someone to do our job.
4 to 12, yeah. So the hallway is just simple. It's just the doors that go to the rooms, the shared rooms. That's it. That's pretty simple. How the hallways look.
So it would seem from what you're saying that if he was staying on that floor, as they believe he was, that he would have had other people in the room.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so now you've been staying there for about a week.
Yeah.
And you're talking about these rooms that you got 4 to 12 people in a room.
Yeah.
So from
Bro,
what you're saying,
that is how a fucking hostel works.
he would have had other people in the room.
Yeah.
How hard would it have been to, as you see it, to even do something like to have a gun in there or something like that?
I mean, it would be that hard. Like if he put on like his luggage or something, because there's no metal detector. There's nothing like that. So I think just go inside, and it will be all good. Like.
So he could have had something like that. In
yeah.
terms of seeing him, do you recall seeing, now you've seen his picture out there and you talk about the hostel being so crowded, do you recall seeing anybody that looked like him?
Yeah, I didn't recall anyone looking like that. And people are saying that he always using the mask.
Sorry, this is so stupid. So the main point of this is, hey, did you see this guy who you were at the same hostel with? Oh, no, I didn't. But also maybe Mateo's like, you know what? Actually, I didn't see anything.
Mask. So even if I saw him, I wouldn't recognize him because he was always wearing the mask.
Right, and obviously as you were there those few days,
Yeah.
you know,
It's so stupid.
If you talk about the situation, there's
Yeah.
no security. There's
A man who stayed in the same country as suspect coming up next. Yeah, hi, man who is also a white man coming up next. We're going to interview him. Hey, so you're also a white guy who likes to wear a hoodie. Can you tell us about like why white dudes like hoodies? Can you give us some insight here?
no, and
I mean,
lots of people
there's-
coming and going.
There's like basic security there. Yeah, there's a security like you can't go inside without a card, so we have to check in to go inside. But like gun control doesn't have any. So yeah.
Yeah, of course
That
not.
kind of security is none.
Bro, I'm sorry. It's a hostel in the United States of America, okay? No, there ain't no fucking security like that.
Right. And in terms, just out of curiosity, but when you pay, you can pay credit, cash.
Yeah,
in terms
yeah,
of
whatever. Yeah,
any way you want to pay.
yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, it is really fascinating, but also important, as you say, that he would have probably had a lot of other people in the room.
Yeah.
Where he was
yeah.
sleeping.
I think his room probably like had 4 to 6 people, but I'm not sure because I didn't get to come in there. It was locked. But the day that I arrived, there are a lot of cops there. People saw him. No, people saw.
They expect him to say something like he had devil horns and an ominous black smoke that followed him because in their head it has to be a real life demon. Yeah, this is such milking. It is such a nothing burger.
The cops there outside the room. But yeah, everyone that was inside the room just went to another room. And I don't know who these people were. Like, I asked around and they didn't know anyone.
I asked around and they didn't know anyone.
Shooting.
Oh my. Oh my. Wow. Hard hitting CNN journalism. Good Lord. Yeah, this is what I mean by they are like the mainstream media is obsessed with a story like this. But in a way where they just sensationalize it like they do everything else. They're just looking for he had this manifesto. He was talking in his sleep. They want the drama of it all. Please check out the Bike Nerd. Oh, we looked at the Bike Nerd yesterday. The Bike Nerd has been community noted, or is this a different Bike Nerd? No, this is the bike nerd. The bike nerd got community noted up and down. I don't give a shit about this bike nerd. Did the bike nerd delete his tweets? No, he didn't. Okay, he got community noted there. This is the funniest one. Can't believe my little data nerd experiment actually amounted to something in the real world. It did not. Readers added context that they thought people might want to know. It did not. Yo, sometimes community notes are so fucking funny. Sometimes the comedy of a community note. Did you see the probably fake tweet where Anonymous took credit? Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Danny, thank you for the 4 months. Breaking, we have just received an anonymous tip that a non-ops is now taking credit for this morning's assassination of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. This manifesto was recently found posted to Pastebin. Yeah, I mean, this is where the now there's going to be like a million components to the story. Yeah. Like you're gonna, it's fake. It's fake, of course. But this is what I mean by, okay, this thing happens and now it just turns into, it turns into the internet having a field day. Greetings, America. This is Anonymous. For too long, have American citizens been denied essential health services by United Healthcare? Millions of people have died as a result of United Health's policies and its lawless bureaucrats who seek to put profits over people. Because of this, #AnonOps, personnel decided to assassinate United Health CEO Brian Thompson this morning. Just before the annual investors meeting, eye for an eye, blood for blood. These agents, veterans of 8chan who collectively hold tens of thousands of dollars in United stock, have already fled the country to China, where they will now be able to participate remotely in United shareholder meetings. These Anons spent months tracking Mr. Thompson and accumulating details about his personal life. When Absolute Docs was acquired, they acted. These Anons acted like soldiers. Fucking veterans of 8chan. In a war, there are many moments for compassion and tender action. There are also many moments for ruthless action. What is often called ruthless, but what may in many circumstances be only clarity, seeing clearly what there is to be done and doing it directly, quickly, awake, looking at it. The shareholders have spoken. Veterans of 8chan. Wow. Veterans of 8chan, the of all the veterans, the ones who have really been through the worst of war. Diesel Boss, thank you for the 2 months. Okay, I wanted to look at Medicare Advantage.
A few weeks ago.
Okay. Everyone at the hostel that day.
We've got some witnesses here that could maybe give us some answers,
I
so
love
we're
this
going to see
video.
right now. Oh, hello, sir. Did you witness anything strange in the area?
What, witness?
Yes.
Is this camera on?
Yeah, we're live.
Oh, nah, I ain't seen nothing. I ain't seen nothing. Matter of fact, I'm blind in my left eye and 43% blind in my right eye. I don't see much of nothing. Matter of fact, I can't even see you, sir.
A classic. When you're not a snitch.
Producer Alec Opperman reached out to me with a surprising fact. Doctors are taking out payday loans. That kind of blew my mind. Doctors, as far as I know, make a ton of money.
What do you mean he did it for the money? He's a doctor. He's already rich.
So Alec did some digging, and he uncovered this new brazen strategy in healthcare. It's responsible not only for those scummy loans, but also denying patients, like you and the people you love, the vital care that they need. And it goes far beyond just our already broken system. So, who's the shadowy supervillain behind this plot to rip off both doctors and patients? It's America's largest insurer. This is The Classroom for More Perfect Union, and today we're looking at the massive power of United Healthcare. Before we get into United Healthcare's new strategy to shortchange doctors and patients alike, we need to talk about how they became America's largest insurer. United was founded in Minneapolis in 1977 and pioneered a new kind of insurance, treating people within closed networks of providers, health maintenance organizations, or HMOs. HMOs were pitched as a way to curb America's
time for me to eat my one chicken
healthcare
tender,
costs, which did not happen.
HMOs, if you missed it earlier, he had gotten chicken tenders and they only gave one.
Proliferated after 1973 as a result of the Health Maintenance Organization Act, which gave federal grants and mandated employers offer an HMO option to their employees. The law suddenly made HMOs very popular
Just from the grocery
and
store.
very profitable. Alec told me about an old non-profit HMO, Physicians Health Plan.
Bone apple tea.
It's a network of doctors in a health maintenance organization in Minneapolis, and they had hired United Healthcare to manage the HMO. Physicians Health Plan is a nonprofit, but United Healthcare is very much for profit.
Were the doctors happy? Was this a good system for them?
No, they were so unhappy that there was national news coverage that they were threatening to unionize. They were mad that they were being underpaid by United Healthcare, saying it was barely enough to cover their overhead. They were also alleging a conflict of interest with the chair of the nonprofit Physicians Health Plan, who was Richard Burke.
And who ran the for-profit United Healthcare?
Also Richard Burke. So this man who was running a nonprofit had hired his for-profit company to manage this nonprofit tax-exempt organization.
When you first mentioned Richard Burke to me, I tried looking him up online, and there's really not that much. I tried a video search, and I only found this one video.
The whiteboard video?
The whiteboard video. This guy with a whiteboard that's literally about how it's so hard to find information about this guy online.
He's only mentioned once in United Health Group's own history. He's been thoroughly involved since the beginning, and he's thoroughly involved now. There are very few to no articles about this person. Can you find articles about the founders of all these companies? Gobs and gobs and gobs of them, but not Richard T. Burke. Organizations are not nameless and faceless. I mean, they are groups of people, and people are responsible for decisions that cause these organizations to be the way they are.
Oh my God. Imagine he's the gunman. I'm picturing a hoodie on this guy.
Much of United's initial growth was enabled by the HMO Act and the $300 million in grants from the government. Burke and United started snapping up all of these federally subsidized insurers, essentially stealing entire taxpayer-funded organizations. And it makes a lot of sense that the bill was so helpful to United Healthcare. It was written by a think tank, Interstudy.
Interstudy was founded by Paul Elwood Jr. He's this guy who's called the father of the HMO. But I also found another important figure at Interstudy. One of the directors was none other than Richard Burke.
United grew from a regional group of HMOs to...
Also, if ever someone is fighting you on the healthcare system, just ask them to provide an argument as to why this should be, why these healthcare companies should be for profit. Like, just be like, why does it make sense that this is a for-profit system? Seriously, you will not get you won't get an answer.
To a national insurer with a breadth of plans. Like other insurers, they claimed their growth would be helpful to the average American. The bigger they got, they said, the better they could negotiate with healthcare providers and
pass the savings on to you.
Which did not happen. A wave of mergers and acquisitions in the insurance industry in the 90s wiped out the patchwork of regional nonprofit insurers that had already existed. Companies like Anthem went on a shopping spree for these nonprofits and added them to their for-profit empire. At the same time, United continued to consolidate and spent billions acquiring other for-profit insurers. Despite their promises, healthcare costs continued to increase. But they were getting more efficient in one crucial way. rationing your healthcare. For years, only a small portion of claims got denied. It just wasn't cost effective to have a human review every request for care. But today, nearly 1 in 5 claims are denied. In 2021, that added up to nearly 50 million. 50 million instances of Americans being told, no, we won't pay for that thing you need to live a healthy life. Think about it. You pay a premium every month to United Health and other insurers for health insurance, and they mostly focus on making sure that they won't have to foot the bill. You can appeal denials, but insurers do everything in their power to make that...
That's like if you guys subscribed to me as a streamer and I did everything possible to make sure that I don't stream. But also that then you'll die. Like if you subscribe to me and also you like do so because then otherwise you might die. Austin Show. Oh my God. Austin Shoko. Yeah. Pomi, thank you so much for the 5. Just kidding, I'm back. But that is the analogy. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's stupid, but that also is kind of pretty much what it is, where you subscribe because you need to do so to try and have as healthy of a life as you can have, or if something happens to you, that you will be taken care of. And then I go, thanks for the money, losers, suckers. I am not going to stream at all.
Super difficult. Only 1 in 500 cases are appealed. There are 500 sheets in a ream of paper, and those fail 59% of the time.
Yeah, sorry, my stream is not in your network.
This little sliver of paper as the lucky ones that got through compared to all of this. These are worth billions of dollars for insurers. So what the hell is going on here? Let me explain. As these companies grew and got some of that sweet, sweet economy of scale, having entire departments of people to look at claims and deny them became way cheaper.
I found an older newspaper article where a real person's job title was simply denial nurse.
Denial nurse.
Denial nurse.
It isn't just nurses poring over claims looking for excuses to deny them. Tech plays a role too. Dr. Alan Mooney, an executive at United, pioneered a system that allowed for bulk claim denials at rapid speed. United's aggressive denial or underpayment of claims has made them the target of tons of lawsuits.
They're losing a bunch of cases. They were sued by...
Yeah, and now they're using AI. They're using fucking AI that has a 90% error rate.
Healthcare groups, Team Healthcare and Envision. The things that they were alleging in these suits that they won was gross underpayment and mass denial of claims, right? So in the case of Envision, they were rejecting nearly half of all the doctors' claims for medical care.
Huge hospitals have very expensive, well-staffed billing departments to chase down insurers for money, but most small practices don't have that luxury. But denying claims is just the start of United's plan to pad their profits at the expense of the patient. Which brings us back to the payday loans.
While I was reporting this piece, I reached out to one doctor who was publicly complaining about the payday loans from United. So the doctor emailed me this report, and the number in there that they pointed me to was that 41% of healthcare providers needed to take out external funds to stay afloat. So like loans, stimulus, etc.
This is why doctors and practices end up needing to take out those predatory
That's
payday loans.
horrible.
Appealing a denied claim can take months or years, so companies will front providers that money as they hope for insurer payouts. So United Healthcare's constant denials can be very, very profitable for a payday loan lender, which really works out for United because, of course, they own one, Optum. Optum not only speeds up claim processing to United and other insurers, they offer something called Optum Pay Advance. They must have known that sounds terrible because they've since rebranded that service to the more sterile Capital Loan. When capital loans aren't enough for small practices, there are plenty of companies in the market to buy struggling healthcare providers outright, like Blackstone and CVS.
I'll link the
But
video
most
after.
importantly, United Healthcare. Now the largest employer of physicians in America, 70,000 of them. United's strategy is called vertical integration. It's part of an ongoing process that gets United Healthcare a cut of every single step of the healthcare process. Say you're uninsured. You injure your knee and go to an online pharmacy for some Advil. While you're shopping around, you see an ad for a doctor specializing in knee pain. A few clicks later, you're scheduled for a knee replacement. The surgery is obviously pretty expensive, so the doctor refers you to a service offering loans to people like you. Faced with thousands of dollars in medical debt, you start considering a health insurance policy. In CEO Andrew Whitty's vision, every part of this process, the pharmacy, the doctor, the loan provider, the insurance, are all run by the same company.
God.
His.
There are very few companies in America that have a relationship with 100 million Americans, and none that have
it is greed on an astronomical scale. Like it's hard to fathom this level of greed. But remember, that is capitalism working as capitalism is supposed to work. There is never enough profit. When the entire motive is profit, then there's always more profit to be had. There is no such thing as too much money. There's no such thing as putting a cap on profit. It's okay, we made $5 billion in profit last quarter. We need to make more this quarter. And if you make $4 billion, then you have a reduction in profit. These scums are comparable to war criminals. Yeah, I mean, people are dead and dying.
relationship as intimate as healthcare.
Already, United Healthcare members might be told they're required to purchase specific drugs from a hand-selected pharmacy.
Welcome to Optum RX.
Optum. Sound familiar?
Working every day to take care of your pharmacy needs and make sure that you get the most out of your new benefits.
Well, insurers say their big happy healthcare family will
That
save...
guy kind of looked like the shooter, too.
You get the most out of your new benefits.
While insurers say their big happy healthcare family will save you money, it's more like a personal
I think it's
health
him.
dictator. A dictator who has a legal responsibility to make as much money as possible. And they're doing a really good job. In 2010, United is worth around $35 billion. Today, it's worth more than $450 billion. When insurers aren't using their savings to invest in vertical integration, they're using it to enrich their shareholders. In 2022, for instance, 7 major insurers, including United Healthcare, generated nearly $70 billion in profit and proceeded to spend $26 billion of that in stock buybacks. And of course, the executives, the characters you've met so far, are winning too. Richard Burke retired from the United board in 2022 with an estimated net worth of $500 million.
Yeah, we've talked about
And while
social
United
murder.
executives like to speak of firewalls between their business branches to ward off conflicts of interest, they have been busted for using their subsidiaries to manipulate the market.
New York's Attorney General charged United Health Group with using a research firm the company itself owns to manipulate reimbursement rates.
That firm was called Ingenix, which you might have guessed shut down. Nope, they just rebranded as Optum Insight. Today, Envision alleges that United uses its negotiating power to lower reimbursements for practices or to kick them out of network, putting them in the kind of financial distress that would allow Optum to swoop in and acquire them. The Department of Justice tried to stop United's acquisition of Change, Optum's competitor that facilitates the exchange of claims information between providers and insurers, but in spite of United's history with Ingenix, the judge took CEO Andrew Whitty's word that sharing of competitor info would be against, quote, everything we stand for in the organization. With this merger, United will have access to a trove of data on what other insurers are paying and what they've negotiated with doctors and hospitals. This could allow them to unfairly undermine the competition, further cementing their healthcare monopoly.
Didn't the FTC, United Health, yeah, Justice Department, this was recent, Justice Department sues to block United Health Group's acquisition of home health and hospice provider. And then United Health, Cigna, and CVS sued FTC over insulin litigation process. What is happening with this? The Justice Department filed a civil antitrust lawsuit today to block United Health Group Incorporated's proposed $3.3 billion acquisition of rival home health and hospice services. Yeah, I mean, it's the same monopoly shit, you know? They just want to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Own as much of the market as possible.
It's also worth mentioning that before he was the CEO of United Healthcare, Andrew Whitty was the CEO of the drug maker GlaxoSmithKline.
While Whitty was in charge, GlaxoSmithKline paid $3 billion for fraud, including but not limited to bribing doctors and, quote, encouraging the prescription of unsuitable stories in the comments and one as Optum undermined the competition, further cementing their healthcare monopoly.
It's also worth mentioning that before he was the CEO of United Healthcare, Andrew Whitty was the CEO of the drug maker GlaxoSmithKline.
While Whitty was in charge, GlaxoSmithKline paid $3 billion for fraud, including but not limited to bribing doctors and, quote, encouraging the prescription of unsuitable antidepressants to children.
It's an organization with a great ethos, a belief in doing things with integrity, a belief in putting the patient at the heart of every decision we make.
Like a jewel thief who moonlights selling security cameras, United has found a way to profit even more off of the havoc that they wreak. If their practices bankrupt your doctor's offices, they can give them a loan or acquire them for dirt cheap. Then, if your medical provider disagrees with United's unwillingness to pay for a CT scan, they'll have to keep in mind that the people they're arguing with are their employer, their owner. If you can't afford your deductible, they can offer you a loan. When you're looking up information about medical procedures, the article might be written by someone on the United Health payroll, who now has an incentive to push treatment good for United's bottom line. And for Whitty, United is just getting started. Quote, despite our size, we're just scratching the surface of the opportunity, he told a group of investors. If 40 years of
that's why my dad was my dad ended up taking he quit and he took an early retirement because of the hospital that he had worked at for 30 plus years. The system merged with I can't remember. Hold on a second. Trinity Health completes merger of Mercy One Health System. Yeah, so it was this huge merger, and it was bad. Like my dad, you know, as a doctor, as you know, one of the people who is there to actually provide healthcare services to people, he was very much so, you know, speaking out against the merger. And then it went through and my dad ended up like quitting / taking an early retirement. And then at his retirement party, he had worked there for 35 years. At his retirement party, none of the board, none of management showed up. Nothing. He didn't get a retirement gift. They wouldn't even, I think maybe a couple of them like quick handshake and that was it. It was sad. Like it was honestly really sad because he had been there for 30 plus years and did not plan to go out that way. But yeah, they don't give a fuck.
Consolidation has taught us anything about health insurance. It's that big is usually bad. While companies like United will always frame their growth as a way to help you, their relentless rationing of healthcare shows it's anything but. They've done it with automated denials, and they'll continue to find innovative ways to protect their bottom line as they acquire more and more healthcare businesses. So what can be done about this? Vertical integration has been a very convenient way to escape antitrust measures for insurers like United. because regulators are accustomed to only scrutinizing acquisitions that remove their competition in the same space, in this case, insurance. United isn't even the only problem. Their vertical integration strategy is spreading across the industry. It isn't too late for antitrust regulators to start scrutinizing when companies like CVS or United Healthcare are buying up anything and everything. So, how have the healthcare monopolies affected you? Share your insurance stories in the comments, and one might make it into our next video. So don't forget to like and subscribe.
My dad got fucked over by his company that he worked at for 40 years, only company he ever worked for. Dude, it's just like, I cannot imagine that feeling. I can't imagine working somewhere for 30, 40 years and then just one last kick in the ass before you retire. Here you go. I think somebody wanted the link. Someone wanted the linky po. Oh. All right, where are we at? 2:30. Okay. Okay, I want to look at this story. Okay. I think let's look at this. So I started watching Ronan Farrow's new documentary on HBO, Surveilled. Has anybody watched that yet?
Why should people around the world care about the hacking that you're documenting here?
These cases affect 450 million people. It's a violation of their rights.
What we ended up finding was actually the tip of the iceberg.
Spyware is this powerful surveillance tool. Big spyware companies say they sell this tech only to governments, but this multi-billion-dollar industry is mostly unregulated. The most advanced spyware can turn your smartphone into a spy in your pocket. It can copy.
It's pretty fucking crazy. I only got about 20 minutes into the documentary before I passed out, but it's the type of thing where I feel 100 million years old when I learn about something like this, because I'm like, what? They have the technology to record you on your phone?
Everything.
What?
And record you without you ever knowing, and then just disappear without a trace. This company, NSO Group, makes Pegasus, advanced spyware reportedly deployed in at least 45 countries. With allegations it's being used to target journalists, human rights activists, and political dissidents.
What's the most objectionable thing that you saw in your time at the company?
One of the moral problems that I had was the journalist murder.
Should people be concerned?
Definitely, yes.
Does NSO know that some of its customers are abusing this technology?
This tool could fall into the hands of the Iranians, the North Koreans, the Chinese. We need our experts to know what is out there.
They targeted my family. My mom, she worked at the hospitals, so they had access to hundreds of data of patients all around the world.
The damn
Do you
Chinese.
think it's headed down a path of more domestic impact?
These technologies, any nefarious use that we can imagine, we're probably going to see.
Frontline, I believe, was the one who broke the story, and it's on YouTube. Oh, okay. Oh, thanks for all these gaming updates. Epic Games. Cool. I hadn't seen anything on this until I just randomly saw a post about Ronan Farrow's new doc, Surveilled, based on, I think, a piece that he wrote. So then I started watching it last night. The The government in my country used Pegasus on people I know, journalists, super fucked up. Yeah, it's one of those things where if you don't know a lot about like cyber warfare, if you're not a tech person, like I'm not, it will fucking floor you. What is out there? Like what is being used as we speak? I know, it's shocking. NSO is, yes, they had just gotten into that when I fell asleep last night watching it, but NSO is an Israeli spyware company. Who do you think that they've been spying on? Who do you think that technology has been used on and has led to like the imprisonment and torture of civilians? Anyway, so Ronan was on Democracy Now! This morning talking about it.
DemocracyNow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show.
I actually did my master's under a professor who wrote about this a lot. Oh. Perspective, the cyber frontier and infrastructure. The accelerating integration of cyber technologies into physical infrastructure systems has radical implications for the operation, management, and vulnerabilities of our critical systems. Viewing the embedding of smart technologies in you know what the thing with someone like me is? They don't even need to hack into my phone because I'm just always accidentally recording like an hour of whatever I was doing for the last hour and then messaging it to people. Or I'm just accidentally like pulling up Twitter, making a random group chat, sending another tweet in that group chat. Do you remember when I said I did that with the journalist Kat Tenbarge and streamer Wake Wilder? I almost did it again the other day. I looked down at my phone and I had pulled open that group chat that I accidentally made and I was about to be sending something else. So I just want to say, okay, hackers, governments who might want to be spying on me, just know that I'll leak whatever it is that you're wanting. Okay? That explains the dead batteries. Oh my God. That's why my battery is always dead. This is really interesting. Viewing the embedding of smart technologies and infrastructure as simply an interconnectedness of systems is insufficient. See, this is the type of stuff that I need to be reading up on more, okay? I need to be reading and understanding this kind of stuff.
Looking at how surveillance spyware, including programs like Pegasus, is being used to target journalists, human rights advocates, dissident voices across Western democracies and around the world. Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Ronan Farrow looks at the issue in his new HBO original documentary, Surveilled, now streaming on Max. The film directed by Perry Peltz and Matthew O'Neill.
Studies. I did a master's
Democracy
on
Now!
it,
Swan
course on
Gonzalez
it.
and I spoke with Matt O'Neill and
Wait, you mean like suggest books or works by people who've been writing about this?
And Farrow about Surveilled.
Given the fact that
all my blackmail materials
Israeli
online already.
industry
I know.
has become such a main source of this surveillance technology, do you have any indication that it's basically United States military funding that goes to Israel, that government then contracts with its own so-called private companies to develop this technology?
Books and
In
journal
an attenuated
articles.
way,
Yeah, I need to fucking
there
learn about
absolutely
this.
is that flow of resources. Israel has become a cradle for innovation in this kind of technology for a combination of reasons. I mean, Tel Aviv is a center of tech innovation in general. They have a great pool of tech talent. And Israel is set up in a very specific way where there's mandatory military service. People at a pretty early time in their careers go into government, military, and intelligence units. And then also pretty early in their lives and careers, they come out of that service and they apply those skills and that knowledge in the private industry. So you have companies like NSO Group and companies like Black Cube that Amy mentioned that do more traditional human intelligence operations that have all of these resources directly from a government that is, of course, as you point out, supported largely by the United States and its military aid. So a lot of these solutions are Israeli as a result of all of those factors.
How much does Israel target Palestinians? We've talked with reporters like Yuval Abraham from 972, who exposed Lavender and Where's Daddy, where they follow people home, Palestinians in Gaza. Of course, we know about the exploding beepers and phones in Lebanon. And then I want to ask, did you ultimately take down the head of NSO Group, which makes Pegasus?
So first of all, on this question of targeting Palestinians, the reporting suggests, yes, there have been a number of documented cases of spyware technology being found on the phones of Palestinian activists, politicians. We talked to a Palestinian former Knesset member, a politician in the film, who puts forward the theory that Israel essentially uses the Palestinian populations as a laboratory for this technology. And one of the reasons why private spyware companies thrive in Israel is that in addition to the Israeli government's internal, very robust capacity for this kind of espionage, there's always a demand for more of this kind of tech, including from private vendors, to deploy in the conflict that surrounds Israel at all times. Because they are a highly militarized state beset by all of these existential threats, and especially now in this state of conflict, there is just always a context in which to apply and refine this technology. And there has been additional reporting that in this most recent conflict as well, there's been a deployment of Pegasus in an effort to try to track hostages. Now, of course, there's controversy within Israel. People see some of the intelligence failures around this latest conflict, and there's right-wingers who in that country say, well, there should be more use of this technology. But certainly to your question, people who care about the agony of Palestinians right now, I think should be aware that this technology has wormed its way into this conflict, and that this conflict has reinforced the development of this technology. To your question about the leadership of NSO Group, I would not say that I took out the head of NSO. The head of NSO was, as we acknowledge openly in this film, a source of mine. He did...
Okay, I know this is not the point. What he's talking about is very important, but every time I see Ronan Farrow, it is just so clear that his father is Frank Sinatra. It must be said. That is Frank Sinatra's baby boy. Like, that is... I think he looks more like Frank Sinatra than I even look like my dad. Well, no. Frank Sinatra's not his dad. His dad is Woody Allen. His mom is Mia Farrow, and his dad is Woody Allen. Here, okay, real quick. Real quick, for those who don't know. For those who don't know. Ronan Farrow, Frank Sinatra, Mia Farrow. Yeah, like it's not even, and that's his mom, Mia Farrow. He looks a lot like his mom too. And that's like it just is. It's just the truth. It's just the truth. Okay, anyway.
Part that company amidst
This is a perfect addition to what he just said about the cycle of making violent technology for profit. Jaw-dropping opening paragraph to David Graeber's essay about the West Bank. In Nablus, every street seems to have a men's hair salon. There are literally thousands of them. Most stay open until at least 2 at night. Often, other than mosques, they're the only places lit up and open at 2 at night. And it seems anytime you pass by one, there are likely to be 4 or 5 nicely coiffed young men clustered inside, watching someone get a haircut. The odd thing is that women's hair salons seem entirely absent. Occasionally, you do see impressive posters for women's cosmetics and hair products. Often, the women are blonde, and a surprising number of Palestinians in Nablus are in fact blonde, even children, but the shops are absent. I asked a friend why this was. He explained that while Palestinian society was traditionally considered the most liberal Arab society outside of Beirut, and young women never used to go with their hair covered, things started to change in the 90s with the political rise of Hamas. But in the case of women's hair salons, there was another much more immediate factor. During the 80s, Israeli intelligence agents began taking advantage of their existence to spike the sweet tea with knockout drugs and take nude pictures of women so as to blackmail their husbands into turning collaborator or informant. So now women's salons exist, but they're not visible from the street, and women no longer take tea from strangers. Wow. And why would they wish to? Okay, almost every Arab political analyst I talked to considered the answer self-evident. Israel's economy has become largely dependent on the high-tech arms trade and the supply of complex electronic security systems. Israel is today the world's 4th largest arms exporter after the US, Russia, and UK. This is actually quite a feat for such a tiny country. But as everyone also hastens to add, Israeli arms and security systems have an enormous advantage over their rivals. One Israeli firms never failed to emphasize in their promotional literature. They are extensively field tested. This new type of shell that was used to destroy tunnels in Gaza. This new type of random distribution tear gas dispenser was successfully used against protesters in the Balata refugee camp. This new type of laser detection device has repeatedly foiled attacks on settlers. Arab resistance has become a key economic resource for Israeli capital, and were it to completely quiet down, the export economy would take an immediate hit. That is, that is fucking evil, man. I mean, like, these surveillance companies are making money by providing the cyber technology to spy on Palestinians. Like, Palestinians who are currently in administrative detention, many of them are there because they have been spied on by this tech, and any message that's like, you know, free Palestine, anything, really anything is being used by the Israeli state to authorize their detainment for however long they want to detain them, and no due process. They're being held without charge, right?
A lot of the scandals, the company was very embattled, and then there was a leadership change. The reporting of a whole consortium of international...
There was that video where they tested this new weapon on a kid and blew his legs off and stuff. Yeah. So I hate to make a comparison to something that is fiction, but I think it's actually okay. So we talk about Hunger Games a lot. Yeah. And we've talked about how people who... The millions and millions of people who read Hunger Games, watched Hunger Games, loved Hunger Games, were on the side of the resistance, right? We're on the side of Katniss Everdeen and her, her gang of resistors, and recognized the evil of a President Snow, the evil of Alma Coin. And at the end of the Hunger Games, the reason why Katniss... Well, what brings an end to the capital, but then also what turns Katniss on President Coin, is how they have developed this new thing, right? Where they drop, they have like the parachutes drop down little gifts, and then the children go running in, so there's an explosion, right? And then there's a second explosion when the healthcare workers go in, and it's very, very evil, and it's obviously, it's obviously a cruel, inhumane thing in the book, and honeypotting, yeah. And so, Hunger Games is fiction, but this is something that happens in the real world where there are companies making billions of dollars from creating technology that is used in warfare. And you have states like Israel that are gleefully trying out whatever is the latest and greatest, right? Oh, give me a bomb that is not just going to explode on impact. It's going to send like shrapnel knife slivers into anybody in a 200-meter radius. It's like, it's not just how do we, it's sophisticated murder.
Publications, a lot of different outlets, I think, contributed to those scandals. I would say the foremost player in disclosing information about this company was the watchdog group that we track in the film.
Yeah, literally just human experimentation. Hey, we have this new technology. Let's experiment on this population that we can get away with experimenting on. Hey, an artist friend of mine is doing a charity fundraising stream now for Anera, raising money for Palestine. Any chance you'd be interested in giving her the Caroline Kwan bump, or would you mind if I shared her Twitch or charity link, perhaps? Yeah, why don't you go ahead and why don't you drop the link, and then do you know how long she is going to be streaming? Because I can send a raid over there. So much fiction is derived from the Palestinian struggle and the atrocities done to them. The Bajrons in Star Trek were specifically based off Palestinians, even though the Kardashians are based off Nazis. Wait, the Kardashians? Like the Kim Kardashians? Who are the Kardashians besides the Kardashians? Oh. I was like, wait, Kim Kardashian has molded her identity off of a Nazi? What is this new level of Kardashian lore that I have no idea of? Were you at Mike from PA stream yesterday? Because he just mentioned the Star Trek analogy. That was I know what you're saying, that it's funny though that it was written as Kardashians. It's Kardashians, and I don't know enough about Star Trek to know that you meant Kardashians. The Kardashians from Star Trek.
Citizen Lab.
And Ronan, what could the outgoing Biden administration do to curtail the ability of the incoming Trump administration to use the powers of this technology? Or what could Congress do that you think, given the makeup of the Congress, of the new Congress coming in?
This is where it gets really tricky and, frankly, even bleak. And I think this is why activists and journalists tracking this issue are in a state of such alarm. The Biden administration, the executive branch, can do relatively little, as far as I understand, that can't be undone by the Trump administration. More robust executive orders, are a possibility, but the Trump administration, A, can pass its own executive orders, and B, has just shown an unprecedented disregard for the rule of law. So not only are there existing loopholes, not only can those loopholes be widened, but we may have a set of players coming in based on their own statements who just disregard the entire framework and overreach in various ways. You see a clear concerted effort in Trump's appointments in this new cabinet and wider administration to circumvent the rule of law.
Biden ain't
you
doing
see
shit,
the selection
yeah.
of someone like Kash Patel, who would very clearly give Trump free rein.
This guy always looks like he's poopied in his pants. He always looks like he's done a poopy. He's like, boop.
And to manipulate
I did a
law
poopy.
enforcement investigations if he were running the FBI, and has suggested that the executive should have absolute power, has suggested that journalists should be prosecuted.
This is Patel speaking to Steve Bannon on his podcast, The War Room.
We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. Yes, we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections. We're going to come after you. Whether it's criminally or civilly, we'll figure that out. But yeah, we're putting you all on notice. And Steve, this is why they hate us. This is why we're tyrannical. This is why we're dictators, because we're actually going to use...
Why does he keep looking off to the side like he's reading something that's been written out for him?
The Constitution to prosecute them for crimes they said we have always been guilty of, but never have.
That's Kash Patel, the Trump nominee for head of the FBI to replace Christopher Wray, who was already called on the carpet around buying
Trader
Pegasus.
Joe. Okay, I gotcha.
So when not only Kash Patel, because who knows if he'll make it, but President Trump has repeatedly talked about journalists, for example, as the enemy of the people. Your final thoughts, Ronan?
Trump and his associates have explicitly threatened journalists with prosecution, and specifically threatened journalists who protect their sources with prosecution. That is dangerous for democracy. This is one of the first times, and I'm, as we discussed, someone who's dealt with a fair number of surveillance and intimidation efforts, that I've felt frightened to work in this country. I think in this incoming administration, we're going to need the work of journalists more than ever, and we're going to need the space for journalism, for dissent, for all of the spaces that are shrunk and cracked down on when you have this technology.
Y'all, we are fucking holding space. We are holding space for dissent. You guys are still crying about Trump. No one's crying here, buddy. Are you crying because you're so excited? I think really the only person in here who would be crying is you.
Freely used in an unfettered way. And we've just seen this horror story play out in one country after another, even where there are ostensible protections in place. We see how hard it is to get accountability after the fact. We see how tempting it is for law enforcement to overreach and start to target people in a vindictive, politicized way. And then you have these sets of statements where you have Donald Trump threatening political opponents with military tribunals, for instance. And as ever, we're in the media engaged in this debate of what's a joke and what's not. But these kinds of appointments, or at least attempted appointments that we're seeing, are no joke. And this technology that is already at the fingertips of this.
So mad. Look at all of you. Dude, I make like $15 million a year. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I make so much more money than you do, and I don't have to worry in the way that you do.
Government. That's no joke. So people need to really care, and members of Congress of whatever party who remain sane in a context that is increasingly not normal really need to clock and appreciate this issue. I have seen in talking about this film in public spaces how the public gets it, how ordinary Americans understand that it is scary to have these spaces shrunk and cracked down on. And I think that politicians who take a stand and realize that the spyware companies in this film who say this is a weapon of war, the spyware companies themselves. We have NSA.
Was it all from streaming? I had a pretty robust acting career.
NSO's lawyer on camera in the film saying there's no equivalent to the Geneva Conventions for this, and that's not on us. We're making and selling a weapon that is largely unregulated. We've got to fix that. And I think people care is what I'm seeing, and my hope is that political representatives understand that the people care. And this is not a partisan issue. You know, people who don't want big government, people who have traditional conservative values should especially...
No, OG McFeatherpoon, you're good. You're good. We just like to mess around here. We like to have some jokes. You're good. Welcome in. No, I have no financial advice to give you. I don't even know what the fuck a 401k is.
Care about protecting people from this tech.
Matt O'Neill,
I don't have one of those.
You traveled the world with Ronan as you interviewed people almost on every continent. I want to ask you, for example, about Guatemala. In 2022, a group of journalists working for the award-winning Central American independent news outlet El Faro filed a lawsuit in U.S. court against NSO Group, the Israeli company that operates Pegasus spyware, used to monitor and track journalists, human rights activists, dissidents. The El Faro journalists, which is based in El Salvador, allege Pegasus software was used to infiltrate their iPhones and track their communications and movements. Now, you didn't go to El Salvador. They sued, and one of the heads of it went to Guatemala.
Yes, we went to Guatemala City to interview Roman Gressier, who was targeted by Pegasus spyware. And I think this is indicative of...
Yeah, actually, you guys, I made all of my money in the Hawk-Tua coin. Get your money up, y'all. Get your money up. I invested in Haley Welch's Hawk-Tua cryptocurrency. And let me tell you that I put in $10 million and I made a nickel. I bought Tua. No. You were the holder of the 97% that was dumped. Yes, that was me typing on my alt account.
What you see on every continent where Pegasus is in use is that you're seeing journalists, civil rights activists, human rights activists who are being targeted with this software. If you're looking at El Salvador, this tool is only as responsible as the people using it. So in El Salvador, they're prosecuting journalists. In Saudi Arabia, they're tracking down and executing journalists. If we have this software here, I think people listening at home might be thinking, I'm not going to be subject to an ICE investigation. The Department of Homeland Security isn't interested in my selfies or my pictures of my kids. And that's likely true. However, if this investigative tool makes it into the hands of people who have an expansive idea about what criminality is.
Yeah, y'all, this is why we talk about solidarity, not just because, yeah, right, we're in the same fucking boat. Because if you think that they aren't going to come after you, if you think that, oh, well, I'm good, I'm safe, I'm not undocumented, right? It's the first they the first they came for me and I said nothing. Bullshit. But yeah, it's hubris. It's hubris to believe that you are safe from what we're talking about here when it comes to government surveillance, to tech companies spying on you, right? Like how this will be used. If you have any dissent and squashing it. Like I know it sounds like bullshit. I know a lot of people still will go, "Oh, no, not me. I'm fine."
What the reach of their institution is into people's lives.
Or proudly announce there are enemies less they have.
We will all be caught up. We don't need to be the target of an investigation. They could be targeting you, and our text exchange this morning would have looped me right into that.
So, if you can talk...
He just looked around like, Oh, shit, I just said it.
Ronan, about what you do. Juan asked you this question before, but really specifically, it amazed me how simple some of it is, and of course, much more complicated to stop this level of spying.
Well, simple, but it's not foolproof. You know, I have been told by senior people within spyware companies that rebooting your phone every day is a great practice.
Why?
It doesn't foil all of these forms of technology. Reboot survivability is built into some of them. But others, including, at least when I last checked in on it, Pegasus, will actually have to reinfect.
Speed Razor, thank you so much for the 10. Thank you. Thank you for doing what people in LSF can't stop screaming about. Giving money to a billionaire?
You after a reboot.
Meaning turning your phone off.
Just turning your phone off every day is a good digital hygiene practice. Again,
okay,
not foolproof.
Everybody.
And increasingly, these technologies are more and more sophisticated and can survive reboots. But it will clear out some types of...
You know what, y'all? You have been laughing at me for my batteries always dying, for my phone always dying. But who's been on this shit, okay? Who has actually been, without even knowing it, ahead of the game here? Because they can't track me and all these other things if I don't have a phone that's on, right? Right?
Spyware infections. Also, this may seem obvious, but just keep all of your devices updated in every way you can. I mentioned that kind of Mr. Robot digital sniping between the platform holders like Apple and Meta and the spyware companies. What that means is that every single day there is a multi-billion-dollar industry that is geared towards finding the vulnerabilities in the latest Apple patch, the latest WhatsApp patch, and exploiting them. And on the other hand, there are teams of sophisticated programmers within the companies that make your software and your hardware that are spending their lives creating those new patches to close up those vulnerabilities. And we see some of those battles in the film if you're interested in learning more. But the end result is update everything all the time. When you get that little alert, it's annoying, but don't wait.
Aluminum foil?
Well, we follow a scene in the film where a live
Amy just said
infection is
aluminum
found
foil.
of another type of spyware technology, Kendiru. And Citizen Lab investigators race to the scene, and they have the activist who's been infected wrap his laptop where the infection is taking place in tinfoil to create a Faraday cage, like you get when elevator doors close and you lose reception, to interrupt the flow of data in and out of the laptop and hopefully prevent a signal from being sent to it that might cause the technology to delete itself. In that case, it was successful. They managed to prevent the technology from self-destructing, and they got a live example of how this infection was working, and it actually helped Microsoft generate a patch that thwarted this technology for a time. So tinfoil, theoretically, or even better, you can get Faraday bags that in secure settings sometimes people use to interrupt transmissions to their devices, can theoretically be a help, but I wouldn't count on it because you got to wrap those things really thoroughly. And I have also talked to sophisticated technology experts who say, you know what, that's really far from fail-safe.
And Ronan, did you find in your investigation any companies or platforms that had better practices in terms of securing individual phones against
invest in
surveillance?
tinfoil.
Well, I have been impressed, whatever you think of the wider companies, with the commitment of the programmers who are playing defense on this issue within Apple and within WhatsApp. These companies are sometimes secretive about what they do on this front. Nobody likes to publicize that the device you make or the software you make is so vulnerable. But I'm grateful to the sources within those teams who spoke for this reporting and to the cases in which the companies in question, Microsoft or Meta, for instance, agreed to participate even in the film. We have people going on camera talking about how they do this. I think more openness about this is called for, and that people should celebrate the cases in which companies put resources into protecting their customers in this way. There's not enough, but there's some going on, and that does deserve acknowledgement.
Y'all, let's go. I'm going to forget that this is my phone, and it's going to end up in the trash. Does that work? Yeah. Or it's going to end up in the oven. How do I make a little... This is literally the scene from Signs. You're right. Is that big enough? Okay, obviously this is a serious topic, and that's why it requires serious action. Shit, Denims was gonna drop off. I told you that Denims is doing these baking classes, and she brings me goodies over, and she has she made cinnamon rolls. So I might need to just check. Whoa! Wait, what did that just do? What? Why did that open up? I just opened up my phone, and in Google Maps, it's ZZZITDD. I don't know. I told you. What did that just do? I think I can probably hear ZZZITDD. I guess maybe it's pressing. Maybe it's, yeah. The foil is typing on my phone. Can we see the rolls? Yeah, when she drops them off, I'll show you guys. Okay, wait. Somebody linked something that I wanted to see. Hold on. ZZ444. Never forget. Never forget. Okay, wait. What time is it? Oh, shit. I wanted to go over. Maybe I do that one tomorrow. Somebody linked a Vice thing. The origins of Anonymous. Behind the hacks. The origins. Wait, isn't that the fake tweet about how they took responsibility for the CEO? Wasn't that Anonymous, the hacking group? This is what somebody linked to me. The Vice News behind the hacks, the origins of Anonymous. They used to be legit hackers. I don't think I honestly know. Wait, what happened with them? They fell off? What do you mean they fell off? So they were a hacktivist collective group that fell off? They did fall off. They were actual hackers. You think they've been feds? You think they were feds? They went after money in politics. They weren't feds. they all got IT jobs with 401ks. Oh, you're saying maybe they became feds. Oh, okay. I kind of want to, I really don't know that much about.
History was being made. How do you not get involved in it?
But after a series of arrests and an informant on the inside...
I was arrested when I was 16 years old.
Police broke down the front door, handcuffed me in my bed.
Who is anonymous now?
They got caught.
You have a prepaid call. You will not be charged for this call. This call is from
Jeremy Hammond,
an inmate at a federal prison. This call is being...
I'm calling Jeremy Hammond, a legendary anonymous hacker. Hammond is serving a 10-year prison sentence for hacking a private intelligence firm.
Yo, what up, how you doing?
Jeremy, how you doing?
Do you guys think I could be a hacker?
It's Ben.
It's all good. Early morning, drinking coffee. Okay, well, look, they literally just called me to the lieutenant's office about 2 seconds ago.
Why?
So,
because I'm a woman? I see. All right. Okay. Okay, sure. Women can't do what men can do. All righty.
And the guy's standing right next to me right now, so I can't finish this call. Yeah, I guess I can't finish this call.
You can't finish this call?
Yeah, I guess I gotta
You invented the
gotta
onion
go.
glasses?
Okay, are you gonna call?
Wait a second. Wait. You're a stream watcher. First time chatter. I said, you've been around for streams. Hello. Welcome from the lurking side of this community. It's okay. You can go back to lurking. You can't get your mic settings right for dinner and movie streams. Yeah, but I don't know what that has to do with my not being able to become a hacker if I wanted to. There's a big component of cybersecurity that is just physically getting into places you're not supposed to be by convincing people you're allowed to be there. As an actor, you'd be well qualified to do physical penetration test. As an actor, you'd be well qualified to do physical penetration testing, probably. Thank you. I think so as well. I really believe that as an actor, it has set me up to do just about anything in life. I think that my skills honed in a darkened theater have laid the groundwork for me to accomplish whatever I put my mind to, you know? Okay.
Call back?
I'm gonna try, yeah.
Okay, all right. Thanks, man. Good luck. Well, that was bullshit.
Greetings, citizens of the world. Hello. Congress of the United States. Hello. Leaders of Scientology.
Anonymous. It's a brand, a meme, and a movement.
We are anonymous.
Love
We
you,
are
but
legion.
it took.
We
I
do
watched
not
a cooking stream
forgive.
that took an
We
hour and
do
a
not
half to get
forget.
the camera to focus.
Expect us.
For almost
Yeah,
a
but I
decade,
got it to
they've hacked
focus.
into corporations, stolen private information, and shut down websites. Their signature is instantly recognizable. The Guy Fawkes mask from the movie V for Vendetta, which was based on the graphic novel series of the same name. The real Guy Fawkes was executed in 1606 for conspiring to kill the king and blow up the British Parliament. I went to talk with Gabriella Coleman, an anthropologist who wrote the
November.
definitive book on Anonymous. Full disclosure, she's also a consultant on this show.
They're ghostly, they're spectral, they're mysterious, they're controversial, they're radical. It's a protest movement. It's not about long-term structural change. It's
Not here
about
for
getting people
a long
excited
time.
for activism, which is incredibly important. And then
What
I
a
think
good
their
time.
most kind of constructive contribution has to do with the leaking of information, whistleblowing.
But that's not how Anonymous started out. Back in the early 2000s, a group of trolls banded together on a web forum called 4chan. taking their name from the default ID many used to post, Anonymous.
Anonymous was never meant to become an activist phenomena. Today it's identified with politics, with activism, but its roots are in the offensive, sometimes terrifying, sometimes humorous world of internet trolling.
Trolling is the time-honored practice of online baiting, and in 2008, Anonymous found an easy target. It started with a video featuring the world's most famous Scientologist, a very enthusiastic Tom Cruise. The Church of Scientology was trying to get...
I fucking miss early 2000s Tom Cruise. He's so crazy. You know? We don't really get this Tom Cruise anymore.
This video, apparently leaked by a church insider off the internet.
And the Church of Scientology threatened all sorts of publishers like Gawker with lawsuits if they didn't take down the video. And it was at this moment that Anonymous decides to target the Church of Scientology with one of these trolling campaigns. And in this case, it was, I like to refer to it as the mothership trolling campaign that Anonymous engaged in. They prank called a Scientology Dianetics hotline. They sent hundreds of pizzas to churches across North America. They sent black faxes to all the churches.
Then, Anonymous hit Scientology websites with what's called a distributed denial of service, or DDoS. A DDoS attack floods a website with so much traffic that it crashes. When the attack stops, the site can come back up without any permanent damage.
And it was during the course of that campaign.
Yeah, Sear does kind of give Tom Cruise energy without, like, the Scientology. I feel like I'm surprised Scientology hasn't tried to recruit Sear.
That they also then started to debate whether they should kind of earnestly protest the Church of Scientology, not for the sake of trolling, but for the kind of sake of activism.
For the first time, Anonymous was considering real political action. And then came a fateful step. The collective called for a worldwide street protest against Scientology, and thousands actually showed up. Anonymous's next big op was just as political. It morphed from an anti-copyright movement into a massive campaign to defend WikiLeaks and its
Who's
founder,
the streamer most
Julian
likely to
Assange.
become a Scientologist?
In November 2010, WikiLeaks began publishing
Probably
a trove
Emily.
of leaked diplomatic cables.
On accident.
Classified dispatches between American embassies and the State Department. Visa, MasterCard, and PayPal stopped processing donations to WikiLeaks. Anonymous struck back with what they called a payback.
That operation was, and I still think is, the largest protest DDoS that the internet has ever seen. You had over 7,000 people that showed up on the chat channel where activity was organized. It was monumental DDoS, multi-day against Visa, PayPal, MasterCard.
Op Payback put Anonymous on the world stage and put them on the FBI's radar. As the Bureau's top official in cybercrime, Sean Henry watched Anonymous rise. He retired in 2012.
What was it like when you first encountered him?
Wait, so like who are the hacktivists these days? I mean, don't snitch or anything, but who's doing it?
Anonymous.
Anonymous, I mean, just the very name, right? Who is it that we're trying to investigate? Where do they reside? Who do they associate with? This is
why haven't they
group
done
that's
anything
been
about student debt?
widely
Right.
dispersed around the country and has been pretty good about keeping themselves off the grid as individuals.
What about what they actually do? Because a lot of it's just like a DDoS attack. Is that really all that bad?
We're seeing a new form of social protest, and that is people taking advantage of their technical skills to object in a loud sort of way to social and political practices that they deem objectionable.
Where's
a
Rami
lot of that
Malek?
activity is illegal under our existing law, and there are authorized...
You know what? Rami Malek got his fucking Oscar with those godforsaken fake teeth in Bohemian Rhapsody, and he's fallen off. He has fallen off the hacktivism.
ways that people can protest using the network to disrupt organizations or to breach data and to steal it is not one of those ways.
By 2011, Anonymous had gone from a fringe group of trolls to a global political force. The collective attacked the websites of repressive governments to support the Arab Spring, took to the streets as part of the Occupy Wall Street movement, and hacked corporations and law enforcement along the way. But to understand who Anonymous is now, I had to meet some of them in person.
I really should wear my hat for all political
Anonymous
coverage.
is basically a network of online trolls that became a global force to be reckoned with. They usually organize on a network of online chat channels called IRC, using aliases. But that doesn't mean they never meet in person. And Chaos Communication Camp, a hacker gathering that only happens once every 4 years, turned out to be a bit of a reunion party. Some of the people I met had never been interviewed on camera before.
My name is Mercedes No Hafer, and I have 2 state national bowling championships.
I'm Keith. I'm the pretty PayPal 14 defendant.
And I'm Panda, and I'm the king of Sweden.
No, Keth, and Anon Panda took part in Anonymous's legendary attack against PayPal, Visa, and MasterCard in support of WikiLeaks and its founder, Julian Assange.
I mean, I don't like him as a person, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have rights, and that doesn't mean that I won't fight for his rights, because if he doesn't have rights, then I don't have rights.
Okay.
Everybody has them, or they're just privileges. So if I want to be able to publish secret government data that everyone should know, then I also have to defend Assange.
Wait, she's, yeah.
And Anonymous weren't as interested in politics as they were in
correct.
laws. Internet slang for hilarity. And LulzSec was a small breakaway group of Anonymous members who just wanted some lulls at the system's expense.
Quite frankly, hackers get bored, and there's nothing more dangerous than a bored hacker, because they'll make themselves not bored.
Okay, Hacker Weasley. This guy is the 8th Weasley sibling, but he's the hacker sibling. They're like, oh yeah, Charlie, he's dealing with the dragons. Bill's working at Gringotts. Seth is in his room hacking. Wingardium Levy hacked you. Yeah, he's hacking into Voldemort's mainframe.
Very quickly.
Darren Martin took part in both Anonymous and LulzSec, going by the name Pwn Sauce. Pwning something can mean that you've hacked it completely.
When it all really started kicking off, the LulzSec thing was just when I was turning 19. So pretty much same as most of the people involved, we were all kids basically. So we just kind of split it off and did our own thing. And then, well, you know, just kind of took on a life of its own.
Who were some of LulzSec's targets, and why did you guys decide on them?
So LulzSec motto was sort of laughing at security. So we sort of picked targets based on who would be funny to hack. And, you know, corporations are pretty funny to hack, because who wouldn't want to see like a big corporation brought to its needs?
Okay,
T-Flow was a respected Anonymous member.
My cinnamon rolls are here. My cinnamon rolls have been delivered. Give me 10 seconds. Here, I'll play this.
And a talented hacker. He was also part of LulzSec, all at the age of 16. In the summer of 2011, LulzSec went on a hacking spree. They DDoSed the websites of the CIA and the Senate, hacked an FBI association called InfraGard, and published a fake story on PBS NewsHour's site. They also redirected the UK newspaper, The Sun, to a fake obituary for its owner.
None of these targets were particularly difficult to hack. A 3-year-old could do it. I mean, Senate.gov was one of the simplest hacks ever pulled off. It was like the 90s called, it wants its security vulnerabilities back.
Not for you, Farley. No.
In many cases, people think it was deserved because of their previous actions. For example, The Sun. The Sun was involved in a news hacking scandal where they were hacking
Farley,
into
no.
celebrities' phones. So when
Yeah?
The Sun was hacked, it was, you know.
What? I got Caroline, Will, and Farley.
What's this?
Denim's dropped off.
More bread?
Cinnamon rolls. Yum.
That's so nice.
You want one?
No, I'm okay right now.
You didn't even notice my hat.
You got a little tinfoil hat.
He didn't even notice my hat. Farley. No crying. Look how good these look. Yum. I know. I can't believe he didn't say anything about the hat. Farley, no. No. Farley, you know what, actually? Come here. Come here. You're going to go here. You're going to go here, yeah. Come here. No. No, come back here. Oh, wait, I have a great idea. Hold on. Come here. Oh, okay. Okay, come here. Okay, hold on. You want to be like Mom? Be like Mama? Okay, wait. I have got to get better at making these hats. Yeah. It's so cute. It's so cute. Oh, it's so cute. You look so cute in your little hat. You're all protected now. Nothing can get to you. Nothing can get to you. Okay, good boy. Good boy.
Yeah, a lot of people sort of found that funny.
Well, it just seems like justice, like you said.
Yeah.
If they're hacking, then why not let us hack them?
Yeah, it's sort of like justice porn, in a way.
Both LulzSec and Anonymous needed servers to organize online. And since corporate servers would just shut them down or turn them over to the police, the collective built its own network. That's where Chris Weatherhead came in. He helped establish AnonOps, the collective's main network of chat rooms.
So you ran the servers that Anonymous used for their operations?
Yeah, so I ran
Who hacks the hackers?
For a few of their operations, probably most notably the ones relating to Operation Payback, the Operation Avenge Assange, stuff in the Arab Spring, like the Operation Tunisia, helping the Tunisian people, Operation Egypt, helping people get back online when Mubarak cut them off.
Did you develop pretty close friendships with certain people?
None of us knew who anyone else really was. So there's a sort of a crossover between friendship and trust. You reach a point where you're implicitly trusting people with information, and therefore you are essentially befriending them because you only trust your friends.
Trust was important since all of this was illegal and the heat was on. In 2011, law enforcement around the world located and arrested several members of LulzSec and Anonymous, laying dozens of charges for their high-profile hacks.
So when the police turned up at my house, it was a highly unpleasant experience. They kind of gave it the whole TV treatment, I guess you could call it. They sent in the whole, lots of people shouting really loudly with, firearms and shit. I guess they were afraid that laptops were wired to explode or some crazy shit like that. Or that, I'd have a delete button which would make all the evidence disappear or something.
That is fucking hilarious. That the police come in thinking that there's just like booby traps everywhere. They're like, don't look at the TV. It will control you.
Police broke down the front door, came in, arrested me in my bed, handcuffed me in my bed. They all seemed so surprised that my computer and everything around it was off. Of course it's off. It's 7 in the morning. What do you expect?
And me personally, I was just arrested because
you're so pretty. It's because you're so pretty.
No and Kath were arrested, but narrowly avoided doing major time. Tiflo was too young to go to prison, Pone Sauce got off with a fine, and Chris spent 4.5 months behind bars.
Oh my God.
But there were much harsher sentences to come. Anonymous was on a roll. That is, until a series of arrests in 2011 and 2012. But for members of the collective, there was more shocking news to come. Many of the arrests were made possible by an informant.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do they catch hackers because they have hackers that they have employed? There's always a fucking snitch.
Hector Xavier Monsegur, otherwise known as Sabu, was a vocal member of Anonymous and LulzSec. Many considered him a friend.
You met Sabu. What was that like? And what was he like?
Sabu is such an interesting character. He was really involved in Anonymous. He was very charismatic. His personality online was larger than life. It was why he was so effective as an informant. Some of his peers and colleagues, described him as legend.
Why do you think he ratted out his friends and his peers?
Sabu was put in a difficult situation. When the FBI showed up at his house, they basically said, look, work for us or we will take your foster kids away from you and away from your family entirely.
Dude.
And he took the deal that was given to him and started almost immediately to work for the FBI.
Wait, how did they catch him though? Whether snitching for taking down someone they don't like, ego damage, or snitching for a payout, they're always going to exist. And yeah, a ton of drama in these communities. It's inevitable. Yeah, so how do you even trust anyone,
Sabu not only led the FBI to LulzSec, but to one of Anonymous's
We really need a major fashion designer to make outfits for these hackers like anime villains. I don't think they're being taken seriously because they're in sweats and things. If Chanel made their outfits, they would take over the world. Yo, you know what? Hackers in real life are not like hackers in a slick, sexy thriller starring, I don't know, like an Emily Blunt. Yeah, where's the Balenciaga collab?
brilliant hackers.
Yeah. It's not like
27-year-old
Ocean's
named Jeremy
8.
Hammond. Hammond was the real deal. A radical anarchist as active in the streets as he was online. A hacktivist way before Anonymous was even a thing.
And we believe that the internet is a powerful new medium where just a handful of people in small groups, just by shifting data around in the right directions, can make big changes and big damage. Any method of disruption at any cost, any means necessary.
Hammond helped launch Op Antisec, which targeted police departments and what he calls the national security complex. Sabu was also a major player in Antisec, all while working for the FBI.
Not the pig with
the feds
cig.
watching his every move, Sabu introduced Hammond to a hacker who had found a way into Stratfor, a massive global intelligence firm. Hammond then hacked Stratfor, stealing thousands of credit card numbers and millions of emails. He was arrested for the hack and is now serving a 10-year sentence in federal prison.
Gotta keep your
Dial 5 now. If you would.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, what's going on? You okay?
Oh, man. Yeah, it's cool.
So I'll get right to it. Why'd you hack Stratfor?
Well, Stratfor was a private intelligence corporation. They're mercenaries. They're kind of like the antithesis of, the Black Hats, right? The revolutionaries. People who use their skill for social justice. They use it for pay to control and monitor and
The evil hackers.
So it was a kind of a natural target.
Why don't you tell me about Sabu? What was his role in
Why
all this?
doesn't he have a chair?
Well, basically, he's the internet loudmouth more than anything.
Budget cuts at Vice.
He was around, during the, time with Anonymous and LulzSec and so forth. And so then they came and they busted him, and then he flipped and he started working for the feds.
How'd that make you feel?
Well, it's dishonest. It's betrayal. He chose to side with the enemy, the feds, the white hats, the NSAs of the world, to not only turn over his friends that he was working with, but he also sabotaged the movement at the time. The people that he was working with, were now under monitoring. I mean, he basically got a bunch of kids arrested. And, if Sabu would have held his ground, I think we would have continued on. We would have been more effective. I certainly wouldn't have been busted if it weren't for Sabu's cooperation.
I mean, that's tough. That's a tough position to be in, right? They were threatening to take his kids away. It's tough. And they know it's tough. And that's why they do that. That's why they're like, yeah, we're going to take your foster children away from you unless you do this. Oh.
I asked Sabu to tell his side of the story, but he declined to talk to me on the record. After Hammond hacked Stratfor, he leaked the company's emails to WikiLeaks. The emails revealed Stratfor had monitored activists worldwide.
WikiLeaks begins its release of 5,000 emails documenting the private lives and private lies of private spies.
But one question still remains. This whole time, the FBI had an informant. So why did it let Stratfor get hacked?
The FBI could have done something about that. They could have prevented all this damage from happening. But no, they were more interested in trapping people and, ensnaring people and doing things. While they could have stopped things and done crime prevention, instead they thought, we're going to entrap everyone. I mean, they completely burned Stratfor.
You're so right, Hacker
The
Weasley.
FBI need to have a good look at themselves and go, what moral high horse do we have to stand on when we're using other people as bait?
After the high-profile arrests of some of its core members, Anonymous was at a crossroads. But that made some of its hackers more determined than ever. Sabu's betrayal broke trust within Anonymous. Anyone could be an informant. And security expert Robert Hansen believes the group has been infiltrated.
I know that there are certain governments who have a keen interest in not only infiltrating them, but flipping people inside Anonymous and turning them against one another.
And you're saying that signals intelligence agencies around the world will try to
Wait, so why don't they just hack individually? No. Why do you need to have a group if the likelihood of somebody being an informant, somebody getting caught, different specialties? Oh, see, this is just goes to show how little I know about hacking, where I'm like, why can't, what? Like, it's hard? I'm like, what? Like, it's hard? Why can't you just do it? They attack different fronts simultaneously. Just do it.
compromise Anonymous.
Yes.
Which ones in particular?
At this point, most of them. Yeah. I've actually sat in meetings where people have...
Okay, but why do people have to know who other people are? Isn't that why it's called Anonymous? You know? It's like, okay, we're going to live up to our name here. They meet from hacking and become friends. Oh, it's like hackers singles, you know? Maybe they fall in love. Somebody write that story. Somebody write, that's the human condition. I don't know what you're talking about. Somebody write the story of two hackers who meet as part of this anonymous group and then fall in love. And then one of them is forced to become an informant. So you've got mail, but with hackers. And there's like this big dramatic scene where the hacker just can't turn on their lover. Broke hackers. You don't necessarily need to know who it is, but if you can give them, say, an endpoint they'll use for a private network, then you can give them a huge, I see.
Actively talked
If
about
only we
doing
knew a
that,
screenwriter.
and not as a we could as
Broke
in we
hack
are.
mountain.
So Anonymous is essentially as clean as a public swimming pool.
I don't know if I put it that way. But what I do know is that it would be too dangerous for a guy like me to ever consider being involved with at this point. If I were part of Anonymous right now, I would burn everything and walk away.
Yes,
and I would
Angelina
never look
Jolie
back.
was in
But
a
for
movie
some,
called Hackers.
walking away isn't an option.
With her ex-husband.
Despite the risks, anonymous DDoS actions and hacks continue across the globe.
What do you say to people that say Anonymous is flaming out?
It's never going to happen.
Why not?
Anonymous as a whole will always exist. It's an idea. You can't kill or jail it.
Bio could go to jail if his identity is revealed. He took part in DDoS attacks on Canadian government websites, protesting an anti-terrorism bill known as C-51. The legislation gives the government broader surveillance powers,
Yeah.
sparking concerns
Why would that guy appear on camera at all? I feel like, bro, if I'm him, I'm showing up in a mask. Like, that guy could be the shooter. Exactly. They're notorious attention seekers.
About privacy abuse.
Are you going to escalate your attacks in Canada? Are you going to go after more stuff?
That really depends on where the government goes with this bill. It needs to be repealed. You could be detained indefinitely if you are proclaimed a terrorist. Like myself, for example, I could probably be held indefinitely.
As a terrorist?
As a terrorist, because I poked a website a few times. And that's about all the damage it does, right? Getting poked.
Right.
We stop, it comes back online. Whoop-de.
If you put your chances of going to jail in a percentage, what would it be?
At this point, pretty high. And when we set out to do this in the first place with cyber privacy, we knew it would end one of two ways. Us in prison, or we'd win. That's that, really. We're not backing down, they're not backing down.
When you arrest someone, that doesn't scare them away from it, at least within Anonymous. It just sort of makes them more motivated and sort of more passionate and more angry.
If you could go back and do it all again, would you?
Would I have had those ideals? Probably. Would I have got involved in Anonymous? Probably. Would I have ended up running servers? Highly likely. Therefore, would I still be in the situation I am now? Very likely.
Let's fucking go.
How does this end personally for you?
He literally just said, yeah, I would do nothing different. Nothing.
Personally, this doesn't end. This is my life's work at this point. And this ends if they lock me up forever. Other than that, I don't think I'll ever stop.
At its best, Anonymous has embarrassed those in power, taunting them, paralyzing them, and spilling their secrets online. As much an idea as a collective, concerted campaigns by law enforcement could weaken and demoralize, but not destroy it. And so, Anonymous lives on.
For my comrades still out there in the struggle, keep doing your thing. It brings me great joy to hear about big shot corporations and government systems being hacked, having all their details exposed to the world.
Thanks a lot, and I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
There it is, then.
Take it easy.
Wait, Jeremy Hammond was released from prison in 2020, I think it said. Okay, so basically, I know you keep trying to shake this hat off, but you got to keep it on. You got to keep it on. There you go. So what are they, what has there been any noise or not really? Like, it's kind of gone quiet? Haven't heard about Anonymous in years until the CEO thing. My guess is they just don't boast and announce like they used to. So basically they would just post on...
We're getting close. Wait!
They would post online if they had done something.
Okay. We need a code. How are we gonna get that? Don't worry, I have my ways. H-A-C-K, hack. Press enter. Really? Hack? Just kidding. Actually, I bypassed the storage controller, tapped directly into the VNX array head, decrypted the nearline SAS disks, injected the flash drivers into the network's fiber path before disabling the IDS, routed incoming traffic through a bunch of offshore proxies, accessed the ESXi server cluster in the primary data center, and disabled the inter-vSAN routing on the Layer 3.
I love Gumball. I love this little show. They disabled the IDF. Hey, okay, keep your hat on. Yeah, this is what we wear now. These are our hats. Okay, see? Can you look? Okay. There was some gas company or whatever that hacked a couple years ago. I don't remember who it was. Exposing the NSA's mass surveillance of Americans. Damn. How would you like learn how to become a hacker? Is there like a YouTube video? Just passion. It's usually self-taught in forums. Like what are the steps? How would one self-teach? Oh my god, the updated emotes. It's so cute. Kwan-spiracy, Farrell-spiracy. Tavia. You have to watch the 1995 film Hackers. I have seen Hackers. Maybe I just need to watch it again so I could learn. Yeah, how do you do, fellow kids? Where does one go to learn how to be a hacker? If you study cybersecurity in college, they have to teach hacking in order to prevent it. Like, I don't even know. Oh! Ah! I don't even know where I would begin with that. Like, could I hack, like from here, could I learn to hack into Will's computer? Like, I'm streaming and then are you leaving? Are you leaving? You can go. It's fine. You don't want to sit here with mommy in your tinfoil hat. That makes me sad. Ah! Your hat fell. It's okay. You can get down. You can get down. Okay. All right. You're on the same internet, so it'd be the easiest hack job. So, like, could I hack in and then suddenly I'm on his computer? You know, like he's live streaming and then I, like, could hack in and like, put something on his computer. It's like, I see you. It's like poop type thing. I don't know if you've seen this. This was so wholesome from no, I don't think I have seen that. Hold on. Pull that up. It would be like when Haas does stuff to his stream. Oh, yeah. How does he do that? This is a cool clip showing how hacking actually works.
You're gonna burn, all right.
You gotta get out of here, dude.
But I've got nerves of steel. I'm not big into books.
That's how I would try to hack. This is literally what I would do. I would just be pressing a bunch of buttons on a keyboard. Here you go, Queen. Just start typing. Okay, let's see. Oh. Okay. Whoa, that's not what I'm... Wait a second. I just type... Oh, hold on. Whoa, wait. Wait, I'm not even typing these words in. Oh my God! Oh! Oh my God, I'm doing it! Oh my God, I'm hacking! Oh my God, I do not need Nico anymore. Dude, look at this. Holy shit. I'm in the mainframe. I'm in the mainframe, you guys. I have literally hacked into the mainframe. Nico, I don't even need you anymore. Look at me. Oh my God. Holy crap. I just dismantled capitalism. You guys. With my hacking, I believe. There we go. I fucking did it, mate. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Now I'm working on getting season 2 of Severance. So we don't have to wait until next year. Just hang on. There we go. There we go. Did it. First try. Yeah. I'm writing code. Look at me. Did you see Gwendolyn? Yeah, I did. She's going to be great. Can you turn off global warming? Yeah, hold on a second. Oh, shit. Fuck. I think I just put in the wrong line of code and I just actually doubled global warming. Oh my God, I don't know if I can. Oh no. Oh no. Oh Jesus. Oh boy. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry. It is my first day. Can you clear my student debt? Yeah. Hold on. Okay. There you go. Let me know if that worked. Wait, how can you double something that's fake, brother? Are you installing more global warming? I accidentally put the wrong line of code in. You know, I'm not perfect here. It's now tripled your debt. Just check again. Okay, hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay, there we go. I just made it so that Elon Musk just now shit his pants. He went poopy in his pants. There's a little bit more. Hold on. Oh, yep. He's still shitting in his pants. Yep. Ah. Ooh. That wasn't you. That just happens sometimes. Yeah, but that one in that moment was me. That was me. Can you please hack Path of Exile 2 and release it? Yeah, I don't know what that is, but sure. I got it. I'm on it. Here you go. Yep. God, I am really I'm just taking over the world here. I'm fucking taking over the world. Is this a clip from Hackers? Motherfuckers can't wait a day. Oh, does that come out tomorrow? Is that a game that comes out tomorrow? Don't forget to hack yourself to give yourself more subs. Oh, yeah. I'm going to just into my bank account. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 boop, boop. Skill Cylinder, thank you so much for the 5. Thank you. Oh my God, this is so exciting. This is so exciting now that I can hack. Now that I have hacking skills, there's quite literally nothing that I can't do. What the fuck? She emptied my account and gave it to herself. Look, I'm not perfect, okay? I'm not perfect at this. Huge things have been happening. I am Kid Chrono. Thank you for the 5. Gosh. Wait, why can't I hack anymore? Wait a second. Have I reached the end? I reached the end of my hacking. Well, Trumo, thank you. Okay. a new hacking segment. Wow, I guess I reached the end of the internet. I literally hacked the world. Seriously though, how long did it take you to learn how to hack like that? Honestly, I'm a pretty quick learner, and so I think it took me like a minute.
No way.
I think it took me a minute. Yeah.
I'm getting hacked.
A port scan?
No, this is major. They've already burned.
Yeah, it was me. Let them know it was me. I like the... I want this to be somebody who's really good at Photoshop. Can you please do like a quick little clip of me doing my hacking, and then it's like...
I'm getting hacked.
A port scan?
No, this is major. They've already burned through the NCIS public firewall.
Well, isolate the node and dump them on the other side of the router.
I'm trying. It's moving too fast.
This is not good. They're using our connection to the APHIS database. Sever it.
I can't. It's a point attack. He or she is only going after my machine.
It's not possible. This is DoD level 9 encryption. It would take months to get built.
Hey, what is that, video game?
No, Tony, we're getting hacked.
We're getting hacked.
Computer, the entire NCIS network is next.
I can't stop him. Do something, McGee.
I've never seen code like this. Ah, way to go, Abby.
I didn't do anything. I thought you did.
No.
I did.
Pulls the fucking cord. What a giga chad. Oh my god. We're being hacked. Somebody's hacking us. What is this, a video game? Hello, Koala. Thank you for the 3 months. Okay, I want to look at this cute sandwich clip. Let me pull this up. I can't believe Farley didn't want to sit here with his tinfoil hat next to me. It's sad. It's sad. You know, you try to do as much as you can for your kids, and sometimes they go their own way. Only so much you can do. You know, you try to give them the tools. You try to prepare them as best as you can. But at the end of the day, they make their own decisions.
I really appreciate it. I love this podcast so much. It's really fun. Me and Caroline talk about it all the time. How
Podcast.
It's really good for us. We really like making content, but we don't really like some of the Twitch space, and it has been really, really nice for us to talk about the things that we love together. Like I get to hang out with Caroline for like a couple hours every week, and she's one of my best friends. It's so fun. Anonymous, I really appreciate it. I love
not the anonymous at the end. Yeah, it's the best. It is honestly so much fucking fun doing this podcast with Sam. And it is, I think I like my dinner and a movie streams are special because they're different than my normal streams. And as like frustrating as it is to like figure out my tech every week and just, whatever. I really look forward to that because I have a lot of fun. And the Mondays now that I do my podcast are really fun too. And as I said, I've just been building back my love of making content, which went away, which was gone. I did not want to be streaming, and now I'm having fun again, even when we cover serious topics. Like, I do so in a way that doesn't make me want to just stop streaming and go lay down. I seriously love the podcast. I don't listen to many, but I can't get enough of yours. I love the podcast too because I feel like I get to show a side of me that maybe I don't necessarily show on stream all the time, or it's just a different environment, and Sam really brings out the funny. And yeah, it's awesome. It's the best. Being solo with a live chat versus IRL with someone is different. Yeah, it's the pressure of not being live, where this hasn't happened yet. But if I were to say something and be like, oh, I don't like how I worded that, or you know what, actually, I don't want to talk about this at all. That hasn't happened yet, but if it happens, then that's fine. Like, we can just cut it out. Usually what will happen is we'll have a bit, and then we just keep going on and on and on, where it's like a back and forth of just the bit keeps going, and then we're just laughing. So that's what usually ends up when we have to, when she edits the podcast. Last time we did the podcast, we ended up stopping for like 30 minutes and watching Shrek the Musical, and we watched a bunch of like Shrek the Musical and Wicked the Musical, which is on YouTube. Raphael, thank you for the 14 months. I watched 19 out of 19 streams in November. Hell yeah, dude. Do you get a prize? Here's your prize. High five. High five. How long did you guys watch that for? I'm not kidding you. It was probably 30-ish minutes, and then we were like, oh shit, we got to finish the podcast. Yeah, I can't believe my camera is still not funded. Maybe my face doesn't need to be shown. Maybe that's what it'll be. It'll just be a camera on Sam's face, and then when we go to the wide shot, face card too powerful. Yeah, thank you guys for all the support and the kind words about the podcast. I feel really good about it, and it's really nice to have this thing be growing. We just hit 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. We got 10,000 subscribers on YouTube in 1 month, which is awesome. Super cool. Yeah. Oh, also, before we get into Survivor, they've released the actors and actors lineup. You know that we will be picking and choosing the ones that we are watching from Actors on Actors. I just still can't believe Sebastian Stan is not going to be a part of this. Cannot believe it. Okay, so here's who we have. Andrew Garfield and Ryan Reynolds. Can I be so fucking real? I'm here for Andrew, not for Ryan. I would have liked to see Andrew Garfield and like a Saoirse Ronan. Or Andrew Garfield and Sebastian Stan. That would have been a great pairing. Andrew Garfield and Sebastian Stan. Dan the Man, thank you for the 12 months. There's a theory it was supposed to be Stan. I mean, I think that's pretty fucking obvious now that I think about it. Ryan, what, like, you look at this list and you go, who doesn't belong on this list? Ryan Reynolds. You know who was supposed to be here? Sebastian Stan. All right. Anyway, I don't know if I'll be tuning in for this, even though I love Garfield. Okay, and then we have the stars of Gladict, Ariana Grande, and Paul Mescal. This is going to be, it's going to be very soft. It's going to be like a very soft, it's going to be a soft spoken off. This Actors on Actors with Ariana and Paul is going to be my speaking. They're just going to get softer and softer and softer and softer. And both of them are going to have their really big eyes. They're just going to have huge eyes. Like their eyes are going to get bigger and their voices get softer. Okay, Selena Gomez and... Oh my word. Thank you, Dan the Man. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Ariana Grande, we just did that one. Selena Gomez and Saoirse Ronan. Okay. Let me think of like how I think this is gonna be. I think. Oh, Doug got a gifted sub. How nice. I feel like they're gonna talk about. I feel like Saoirse is going to ask what it's like to be a music superstar. I feel like she'll be really interested in being like, oh, I just think that's amazing. I just think it's amazing that you have this career in music and acting. Maybe Saoirse will speak Irish. She'll speak in her Irish accent, and Selena will speak in Spanish. All right. Angelina Jolie and Cynthia Erivo. This is going to be very regal. They're going to talk about theater. Angelina Jolie, of course, produced The Outsiders, which won the Tony at the last Tony Awards. Cynthia Erivo, of course, who's won on Broadway for her performance as I'm blanking. Color Purple. That's right. She went for Color Purple. The cheekbones are going to be cheekboning. The cheekbones are going to be so sharp that if you get too close, it will slice you. I feel like this one is also going to be a soft-spoken actors on actors. A very like holding space with your words. Okay, and then we have Zendaya and Nicole Kidman. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Bring Nicole Kidman into the Challengers throuple, please. This is going to be a conversation about having a lot of sex with horny men. Please. Nicole Kidman in Baby Girl and Zendaya in Challengers and Dune Part 2. Okay, and then Drew Starkey from the film Queer, Luca Guadagnino's film Queer, and Harris Dickinson puts the dick in Dickinson from Baby Girl and Blitz. I don't really know enough about Drew Starkey. Okay, he's got an earring. He was in Outer Banks. Oh, he was in the new Hellraiser, which wasn't good. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'll probably watch this one, if I'm going to be honest. If we're being real, this will probably not be one we watch. Hot men, yes, both hot men, true. Okay, Kate Winslet for her film Lee. We just watched an interview with Kate. And Zoe Saldana. I'll tell you which ones after we go through this list that I for sure want to watch. Daniel Craig and Josh O'Connor. Yes, 100%. This is going to be a conversation of men loving men. I am sad. And then we have Pamela Anderson, The Last Showgirl, which I really need to see this movie. You know what? I need to add this to my list. The Last Showgirl. Okay, we have added it. And Mikey Madison and Nora. That is an interesting pairing. Yeah. I really love Pam Anderson. Coleman Domingo and Kieran Culkin. Yeah. I'm sat for that one. Demi Moore, The Substance, and Amy Adams, Night Bitch. I feel like they might have an interesting conversation about being a woman in Hollywood. And then we have Adrian Brody and Tilda Swinton. I hope Tilda Swinton just calls Adrian Brody an asshole. I hope she just sits down and is like, so you're kind of a dick, aren't you? You're kind of an asshole, aren't you? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. But it is a Grand Budapest Hotel reunion. That is true. They are Wes. Yep. They will be talking about Wes Anderson. Why would they call Amy Night Bitch? Okay, so the 4 broadcast episodes will air January 9th. Interesting trivia. Both actors were in Dario Argento films. Okay, Tilda was in Suspiria, the remake. Adrian Brody was in question mark. Did you give your thoughts on Honora? So I didn't make it to Honora because Will went with Finn last night. Adrian Brody was in Gallo. You know what? I haven't seen it. I'm looking at it now. I was like, when the fuck is this film from? 2009? Yeah, no, haven't seen it. No, I have not seen Honora, but I need to see Honora because that is the film that Sam and I will be talking about on the Patreon episode. All right, so here are the ones that I am sat for. Demi Moore and Amy Adams, Coleman and Kieran, Daniel and Josh, okay, and then here are the ones that I'll probably watch. Zendaya and Nicole. No, I think I'm sat for this one. I'm sat for that one. Angelina and Cynthia. And then Ariana and Paul Mabes. You know what I also need to do though? I need to watch the movies that are on this list. I need to watch the movies of the people who are doing actors on actors. So I might be a little bit more incentivized. Like, I have seen Gladiator 2, Challengers, Dune Part 2, Substance. And I saw, like, I'm not watching this Deadpool. That's not one that I'm like, oh, I need to watch Deadpool and Wolverine. Yeah, usually, okay, so this is how it goes. I put together my list of movies. And then around Christmas time is when I start, like, really watching. And then into January, I watch hella movies. But I am going to Japan. Not that that has anything to do with anything, but I'm going to Japan at the end of January. But yeah, I just like to, every time I read a list, every time it's like, oh, you need to see this movie, then I will add it to my notes doc. Ask and you shall receive. Volume is a little rough, but I did it. Oh, yes. Oh my God.
No way. I'm getting hacked.
Look at this. Oh, wait.
This is major.
I gotta move this camera. Hold on.
No way. I'm getting hacked.
Look at this.
No, this is major. They've already burned through the NCIS public firewall.
Well, isolate the node and dump them on the other side of the router.
I'm trying. It's moving too fast.
I'm in the mainframe.
It's not good. They're using our connection to the Infos database. Sever it.
I can't. It's a point attack. He or she
I'm
is
in
only
the
going after
mainframe,
my
you guys.
It's not possible. This is DoD level 9 encryption. It would take months to get built.
What is that, video game?
No, Tony, we're getting hacked.
Look at me.
The entire NCIS network is next.
I can't stop him. Do something, McGee.
I've never seen code like this.
I have literally hacked into the mainframe.
Where'd it go, Abby?
I didn't do anything. I thought you did.
Oh my God. Oh, it's perfect. Thank you. I can't believe how fast you did that. It's so good. That is exactly what I wanted. Oh, I hacked into the mainframe. Oh, you guys. I hacked into the mainframe. I did it. You guys, look. Guys, I can't believe it. Alrighty. Let's watch some motherfucking Survivor. Dude, I just that last episode. I was talking about it with Will because I was like, I am a Survivor head now. And oh my God.
Bridal.
Okay. Wait, episode 18 or episode 19? No, I think we're 19. Yep. Episode 18 was the auction. We are on episode 19, everybody. I don't think that there was a link that was found that was Henry's little follow-up being at the villa. The jury villa. I would watch it if it's there. I said we can watch it. Breaking: the CEO shooting suspect has been revealed to be a pod of 3 former yacht flipping orcas in a trench coat. Ah, of course. I saw someone tweet and they were like, "Hey, we really need We really need to make sure all the CEOs are safe. We should probably put them in a submersible. Put them all in a submersible just to make sure that we keep them away from the shooter who's still at large. Okay, it is Survivor time. If you missed yesterday, I'm so sorry because it was literally the best episode. Oh. Brilliant. Okay, brilliant. We're going to start off with our follow-up of Henry, who got Mr. Blindsided yesterday in what was also my first blindside. I was absolutely floored. And I went, oh my God, this show is so fucking good.
I'm Henry, and this is my jury villa.
This show just got better.
I try to spoke. Best feelings and worst feelings I've ever experienced. That's credit to a blindside. I didn't see it coming, so I couldn't really play it if I didn't think I was going home. Hey, Darren, how you going?
How are you going?
Yeah, good. Very well.
So how are you feeling?
Physically, yeah, not too bad.
And you've lost some weight. Do you remember what you weighed to begin with?
We haven't seen
this.
Ish?
Yes, 91.4. Okay, shall we have a look what you weigh?
Let's do it, let's see.
All right.
Oh, that's all right. 82.3. That's not too bad.
That's more than you thought?
I thought it'd be more.
So that's actually about 10% of your body weight.
Yeah, so it is fair bit.
Do you want to see how you look in the mirror?
He goes, oh, that's not dimensions. You've lost 10% of your body weight. Oh, I guess that is a lot.
Are you ready? Okay.
God, can you imagine not looking in a mirror for 40 days?
I look like Jesus, an ugly Jesus. I'm so sorry, Australia.
No.
Oh.
I'm
it's not
sorry.
worse.
He thinks he looks like an ugly Jesus. That's crazy.
But I can work with this.
All right, Henry, it's good to see you, and I'll be seeing you soon.
Like, Henry, you're hot.
It's such a blindside because I don't even know where it came from. When JLab asked all of us, does anyone have a hidden immunity idol? I was looking at everyone else's faces. If they had turned to me or looked as if they were worried I'd play it, then I might have played it. No one looked. And they said the most perfect things in tribal.
They did.
Said, let's do the easy vote. To me, the easy vote was Petey. We all believed it was Petey. Jericho said, it's going to be a pretty easy vote.
Yo, I told you guys last night, I was like, I think this is their best tribunal.
Sarah said it's pretty easy
Or
vote.
tribal.
Sarah said, I'm going with the easy vote. That's not an easy vote. That's a huge vote. It's a big move. A guy with an idol is not an easy vote. So, and everyone knew I had an idol. Oh, it's just overwhelming. I want to give them all the credit they deserve. That was a hell of a blindside. Oh, civilization.
My nemesis is about to join us here at Jury Villa, so I'll try not to remind him about the idol in his pocket, because he's probably going to regret this one.
As for his idol, I never actually saw it. I only knew that he said he had one.
Still in its wrapping.
Damn.
Still with its clue. I might keep that to myself and reveal it to them if they ask about it.
They know.
You well?
Come this way.
How you going?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks so much.
Poem.
Oh, great.
How are you?
Good, how are you? Cool as food. Is this my seat?
This is your seat.
Oh my God, this is great.
They give them the
oh my
feast.
God.
They walk
Thank
in.
you.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. No, honestly, completely blindsided.
So your idol, like real or fake?
No!
Oh, no. Oh my God.
No.
At least you got a souvenir.
Oh my God, I couldn't believe it.
Bad luck, man.
So this has been in my thing for 36 days and it'll forever be with me.
I hope you get that framed and you hang it on the wall.
Yeah.
I do love seeing each person who comes into the jury villa and the people who have been there longer than them, and you can see how they've just like gotten over it. Like they're like, oh yeah, no, it's fine.
It's so funny.
It's a great souvenir.
Like the person who comes in is
Like
still
what
in
we did,
shock.
You played a killer game. You were like one of the main people out there from the beginning. And I think there's a lot to be said for
That's why I was on a crusade against you, man. I really wanted you out for full of
The only reason I'm coming after you because you're coming after me. I was like, game is a big game. I was like, good decision.
So my obsession with getting you out is what got me out.
And who was I going for? Petey, who got me out. But I just want to know who was behind it tonight, like for the respect.
would have been I'm safe test.
Yeah.
Because she tried pitching Lockie and that didn't work.
Good game.
Oh, heaps of candles. I don't even know, is that a blanket? Is that my yoga mat?
It's yoga mat.
I tried to tree pose. Actually, this is what it's called. Oh, I was alright at this, huh? Still got it.
The fake yoga teacher.
People thought this is me. This is what people thought. Beer correct, chocolate correct, but essential candles and the mat and the flowers, jeez. Tomorrow's gonna be pretty funny when they find out that I'm not a yoga instructor. I should just do it on this setting here. Oh my God, imagine, it's crazy. Imagine if they walk past and I was just doing yoga. I kind of want to keep it going. No, but I gotta stop lying. I'm back here in the jury villa in real life. I should stop lying and be normal again, but I don't know if it'll be that easy. I've done it so easily for 40 days. Probably told more lies out there than truth, so yeah, this is too funny.
That is fucking hilarious that they set up a yoga mat.
Oh my God. This is incredible. Oh my God. We're at Clover's. We're at a bed. I'm gonna start crying. Oh my God. I haven't been in bed for almost 6 weeks, 40 days. And to add to this experience, I still brought my favourite thing tonight, my favourite thing today. My idol, the thing that
Brother, take
is
a
so
shower.
powerful in this game.
Take
so
a
powerful, you have it on you,
shower.
go home. Yeah, I'll get a good night's sleep tonight, and it will dawn on me tomorrow, I think, how much I might have learned it. This game is the hardest game in the world, and if Mum knew that I played the game that I set out to play, she would just be loving it. You know, she's already proud of me, but knowing that I would finish this game being proud of myself, she would just love that. I think where it all went wrong for me was
I'm so triggered
too many
too.
moves or trying to find too many avenues to the end. You know, it's questionable if giving that clue to Jericho was good or bad for my game. It kind of lost a bit of trust at Samatel. Go on, I got a clue for you.
Yeah.
I still think every move I made had a reason behind it to get me forward. So I said, coming out, if there's a move to make, I'll make it. So I'm pretty proud with every single move I made. I spent one night in Jury Villa, and you know, I'm so sick of lying. So I had to reveal to Annalise and Jared about the fact that I'm not a yoga instructor, but I wanted to have a bit of fun with it and do one last little yoga class before I revealed to them that I know nothing about yoga. Now come to our sitting position.
He looks like
We'll
a
do
yoga
bit of
teacher.
Meditation. So just crossing your legs over. You can either rest your palms out like that, cross your thighs and knees. So just focus on your breath, forget everything. Think about all the things you did on Survivor that might have been bad. Get all that bad zen out of you. You know, I'm forgetting that I backstabbed people, that I lied out there, you know? That's not me. That I convinced everybody that I was a yoga instructor for 40 days. So you guys are just listening to a labourer from
Have they
Adelaide
even noticed?
that doesn't know a thing about yoga. And that was my whole gameplay. And that's my session, the last yoga session.
You aren't a yoga instructor.
I'm not a yoga, that's the whole thing.
I don't know if this is real.
My plan from day one was to get everyone on my side because I'm a calming influence. You wouldn't pick a yoga instructor to be a backstabbing, conniving strategist in this game. I
I didn't really see that one coming. Henry is not a yoga teacher. He revealed it.
Yeah,
and I thought,
because
yeah, whatever.
it doesn't make any sense
But
to
actually,
lie
no, he's
about
not a yoga teacher at all. So good on him.
Makes you wonder who you're actually speaking to out there.
I'm still proud that I went through this whole 40-day experience, not revealing it.
Cooked a little too
to
hard.
the majority of people.
Cooked a little
because
too hard.
It was part of my strategic plan. I think it worked for me.
All right, time for the. Would you, if you were like, I don't know, if you're a family member, are you going? Ain't no way. She said all girls plus gay. Tara, nay. Like, oh my God. The gays and the girls. The gays and the girls. I feel like that one was a bit of luck. She's like, no, you guys shouldn't even feel bad about that one. The other ones where I've beat you guys, it's because of me being physically super. She's like, why? What do you mean? It's the split. What do you mean? They're like, no. So we're not doing the split. This is fucking Survivor. They're like, all right, everybody, let's say it 5 times what we're doing. We're good. Everyone just needs to vote as it. And then one person will be like, so that's not what we're doing? No. If Sarah votes with the girls, then Tara goes home because the girls are voting for Tara. Petey is the only vote that's going to go for Lockie because Tweedledum and Tweedledee are now voting for Tess. Again, wait a second. Ziggy, Lockie, and Tara are voting for Sarah. Wait. Okay, so the second vote for Lockie must have been Sarah. So this last vote is going to be Sarah. Oh my God. I'm so bad at this game. What the fuck happened? Okay, Luke, Jericho, and Sarah voted for Tessa. Tessa, Michelle voted for Tara. Petey voted for Lockie. Who's the other Lockie vote? Did fucking Ziggy vote for Lockie? No way. Ziggy voted for, okay, I'm sorry. Dude, it was Ziggy. It was fucking Ziggy. Dude, I thought Ziggy was voting for Sarah. Ziggy's actually the biggest betrayer because she's so quiet about it. Ziggy, like Sarah, you knew that Sarah was going to vote for Tessa, even though like sometimes you don't know what Sarah's going to do. Ziggy is a fucking assassin in the night. She is on her own island. And this is right after she's like, I don't know, I think I might be like, everyone's got their pairs and then there's just me. It's like, girlfriend, what are you doing? What are you doing? First, you're super idle and then voting Lockie and he's still in the goddamn game? I don't know, man. I have no idea. I'm floored. I'm fucking floored because I feel like this whole season, she has very much so looked at things as like really what is in people's best interest. Obviously, she's doing what's in her best interest, but she always is floored when people make these decisions that she's like, I don't understand. I do not understand how you consistently make terrible decisions. She, for a long time, has been like, we need to get Lockie out. We need to get Lockie out. Lockie is a huge threat. Why are you guys getting rid of people like Annalise? Yeah, she's very rational. Yeah, she's a doctor. Yeah.
I can't believe Lockie's beat me.
Damn, I wonder if Tessa would have survived if she like knew that she was in trouble. For later, John Lovett season 47. What happened is that Luke felt like Tessa tried to tell him what to do too much, but yeah, he just does these chaotic things, and somehow he does always pull it off. I don't fucking get it, because you have Ziggy doing crazy moves over here. The thing is, if Ziggy had voted for Sarah, then it would have been Sarah versus Tessa. It would have been Sarah versus Tessa, and Sarah would have lost. But Ziggy keeps doing these crazy, like, what is she doing? I don't get it. I don't understand. Man, this game is crazy. And I think I would lose my mind seeing people do things that you're like, this just is nonsensical. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, is there a Villa thing? Is there a Villa link? It's wild. It is wild. Holy moly. That's why you like don't want to play. What is happening here? That's why you don't want to play Survivor with people who are just erratic. I understand. I'm seeing these things. I'm seeing when people are like, they're too erratic for me. Someone like Luke, when they said early on, they're like, Luke is chaos. They were like, Luke is such chaos. Luke is not married to or phased by anybody's plans. Everybody's full of shit, so making moves based on plans that are happening. Luke has really been chaos from the beginning, because he loves the chaos of it, right? He doesn't like if something is not chaotic. And I will say, he has a lot to point to. He has a lot to be like, look at what I did, because he has pulled off these last minute insane chaos moves, right? His doing it is like, no, I'm the king in town type thing. And I think of all people, he might actually be winning Survivor. If I'm looking at everyone, I think Luke may be winning Survivor. I do, because there was only one time that he came into trouble. He is kind of fucking killing it. Chaos for the sake of chaos. Chaos for the sake of chaos. All right, do we have the Villa follow-up, or is that one?
Hey, Vince Blake. Why do you do this game? What's it all for? What do you want?
In a word, chaos.
And that's the game. Hey, Vince Blake.
Luke is content. I mean, I would say Michelle, Luke, and Jericho are the most content. I'm asking 26 in the Discord again, but I'm afraid to spoil. Well, if we don't find it, then we can just watch it next time. So I'm gonna bring back gaming tomorrow, because I gotta go watch Anora, because tomorrow night I won't have time. And then Saturday is the Streamer Awards, and then Sunday I'll probably be I'm gonna do dinner and a movie, but I'll be tight. And then Monday is podcast day, so I need to go watch Anora and take some notes. There's only a few more tribals left where the group has the numbers to realize how much of an agent of chaos Luke is and decide to vote him out. True. Yep. if they don't get him in the next couple rounds, then he might win. He might fucking win. Enjoy It So Good. Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm really pumped. Will said it's like one of his top films. Do you stop the movie when taking notes? Usually if I'm like reviewing a movie, I like to watch it through and then watch it again, but kind of maybe like skip through it just to be like, oh yeah, here we go. Or take mental notes, or like I basically take notes in a way though where I'm not disrupting my viewing. Are you gonna go see it, or I'm gonna go watch my screener? Yeah, because it's 11:30. It's 11:30. There's no screenings right now. So anyway, don't forget, if you have not subscribed to the podcast, please subscribe. If you are so inclined to support the podcast with your hard-earned cash, that it's either you go to buy a ticket to Wicked and sing in the movie theaters with that hard-earned cash, or you can subscribe to the Patreon. Yeah, I didn't think that this was a movie I really needed to necessarily see in the theater. But okay, what was the name of that one? What was the name of that streamer that I was gonna send a raid to, who's doing a fundraiser? If someone can remind me. Oh, okay. I'm gonna really try to send the right, let me know if that's correct. Okay, that seems right. Okie dokie. Thanks guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thank you. I will see you. Oh, you got Tessa's? We'll watch it tomorrow. We'll watch it tomorrow. Well, because it always gives a recap at the end or at the beginning of the episode. So we'll watch the recap and then we'll watch the jury villa. Anyway, thank you for spending this evening with me. I hope to see you tomorrow. And until then, keep it hacking. Keep it hacking, y'all. And don't forget your hats. Good night, everybody.